Chapter 181. It was an overwhelming sight. The swarm of screaming zombies resounded like the cracks of thunder and crashing of waves in a storm at sea. Alokan, flinging explosive blood behind him as he ran, was no different from a small boat caught in that storm, threatening to become capsized at every moment. None of this makes any sense. Zombies rushed in from all directions of the train. Alokan felt like he was fighting the endless wave crashing down on him from all sides. The biggest problem was that all the new zombies clinging to the train were falling under the control of the man with the crown. Judas! Answer me! Alokan flung drops of blood in a full circle around himself to buy a few seconds to activate a communication crystal ball. This is Judas. Is the situation clear? A calm male voice came from the crystal ball. No. A strange necromancer has interfered and is taking control of the zombies. Stop the zombies, now. What are you saying? How could someone take control of blood zombies connected to the chalice of blood? I don't know. Just hurry up and... One of the zombies got too close, and it went for the crystal ball. Alokan screamed in rage before leaping into the air and sending volleys of blood below. What in the world is that monstrous bastard? Alokan looked at Simon, who was riding on top of the zombie throne, watching from afar. I'm sure someone like that wasn't among the passengers. In that moment, Simon's eyes under the mask flashed. Capture him. The zombies on the train connected end to end to build a long ladder. One of them grabbed Alokan's toe as he tried to fly into the air, paving the way for two zombies to immediately climb onto Alokan's back. Before Alokan could take them off with a blood explosion, Simon clenched his fist. Corpse explosion. The dark blue smoke wafting from the three zombies began to glow. He took a direct hit, bringing him down. Alokan plummeted, barely managing to break his fall by rolling across the roof of the train. Kook! Blackened flesh fell off his body. It was meat armor, a dark spell used to absorb blows in place of the caster. More than half of the meat armor is already gone. That was the problem. Zombies couldn't bite through meat armor, but getting caught even once would have him hit by corpse explosion. Besides, that masked man seemed to detonate zombies by just clenching his fists. He seemingly didn't need to draw any magic circles or do any calculations. He had never seen such a zombie-mancer before. Are you sure you want to keep gawking? Cautioned the masked man as he clenched his fist. What? None of them should be close enough to explode yet. Alokan hurriedly looked around, but sure enough, the zombies were still a fair ways away. It took him a moment too long to realize that, although nothing was coming from in front of him, a huge power pulsed from beneath. Crap! He attached zombies in the cabin below to the ceiling and... Caught in another corpse explosion, Alokan lost a bulk of his meat armor and fell through the very recently caved-in section of roof and into the cabin below. He was screaming the whole way down. Cuff. Ugh. The assault wasn't over. As if waiting for the moment, several zombies broke into the cabin. The dark blue smoke coming from them was glowing. Alokan was dumbfounded. You're saying that he can spam corpse explosion without delay? On the roof of the train, Simon grinned as he opened his hand for hopefully the last time this fight. Control the output, and... He clenched his fist. Explode. The entire train shook, nearly coming off its rails, as an entire carriage was turned to rubble. Soon, the smoke cleared, and the full extent of the damage could be seen. The car was a ruin, with only the floor and the thin frame remaining. On the other side, Simon saw Alokan running away, a thick trail of blood following him. He was trying to retreat to the other end of the train. Chase him. The group of zombies carrying Simon rose like a wave and surged forward. Jumping over the ruined car, Alokan hit the ground running and continued to the next. Then, Alokan cast a new dark spell. Four fleshy arms burst from his back, and he smashed through the windows of the cabin and grabbed passengers. Kaya! Passengers caught in his arms screamed in fear. Alokan grinned proudly and tossed passengers with all his might. A dirty trick to buy some time. But Simon didn't falter. He immediately opened his subspace and sent out sets of bone armor. The people being thrown out of the train were given bone armor one after another. Retrieve. As Simon waved his arm, the passengers returned to the train. Seeing this, Alokan's face stiffened. His ability to handle crises also changed. He seems completely different from when our fight started. Even in the midst of this, the zombies carrying Simon were diligently moving. The zombies arched toward Alokan's back, bringing Simon in range, but a divine magic circle unfolded behind the fleeing Alokan. Seeing this, Simon clicked his tongue and jumped off the swarm of zombies. When zombies hit the magic circle, instead of bouncing off, they were ground into mince and spat out the other side. Upon landing, Simon turned to find the source of the barrier. An inquisitor? In the distance, a woman in an inquisitor's outfit could be seen gasping for breath. She was covered in wounds, but she was recovering by using heal on herself. Perhaps she figured I'm an enemy? As Simon thought that, he heard Alokan yelling. Why were you so late? Get rid of him, quickly. I didn't come here on purpose. Arcs of light fell in bundles, each one shaking the carriage as they landed. At the start of each of the arcs was a girl, approaching in a pure white storm. Reedy. Can you afford to get distracted? Your opponent is me. Reedy charged in, swinging her divine sword. The Inquisitor conjured a stack of barriers, but a single sword strike broke away several layers. I guess I can leave her to Reedy. Simon looked back at Alokan. Asterisk. Alokan gnashed his teeth. Damn it. What is the chimera doing? It took my all to bring it as a means to eliminate that effnal bitch. Just then, he heard the chimeras, the hellhounds, cry. When Alokan turned around, he saw the hellhound being held out of the train and forced against the rails with Prince riding on top of it. Ha 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 ha. Die. He was overpowering that hellhound in a battle of strength. Seeing the hellhound's head grinding against the rails, Alokan realized the severity of the situation. Where in the world are all these monsters coming out from? In this situation, he had no choice but to risk his life. Alokan flicked his wrist straight down, and a red magic circle formed on the train's roof. Another hellhound he had prepared crawled out of it. I'll show you the true power of a bishop of heavenly blood. Alokan flung blood to block the zombie crowd, then approached the hellhound. Its ribs split open and engulfed Alokan. The highest version of the Necromancer's defensive skill of meat armor. The hellhound's body squirmed before standing completely upright on its hind legs. Its muscles had been rebuilt, giving it a bipedal form, and the hellhound's head disappeared into the flesh. The forelimbs even took the shape of hands. Alokan had changed into a hellhound, leaving only his head exposed. Bwahahaha. As he swung the hellhound's arm, drops of blood shot out in all directions, exploding zombies once more. Even in that form, he was still able to use dark magic. As expected from a necromancer. It was quite the necromancer-like dark spell. Simon felt that all active necromancers seemed to have at least one insane SPE. Ugh. Simon stumbled. He'd worn the crown for too long. Controlling so many zombies at once was beginning to take its toll. Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In that moment of weakness, Alokan rushed toward Simon, denting the train roof with every step. He threw aside any zombies that rushed to protect Simon and swung his fist. Simon clenched his teeth and reached forward as his left foot pressed against the ground. Open! 6 overlord blades collided with the hellhound's fist in the center. The man-beast roared in anger. Soon, its fist was parried to the side, and the blades also slithered back into their subspace. During the clash, zombies crawled onto the hellhound's body. Simon stepped back and clenched his fist. Corpse explosion. A series of dark blue explosions erupted, but Alokan only had to cover his head and managed to tank the explosions unharmed. Simon gasped and fell to a knee. The crown fell from his head and clattered across the roof. Seeing that, Alokan smiled in satisfaction. Yes, yes. There's no way an artifact with such great power would come without a price. That's what happens when you try to wield power out of your league. Simon, gasping for breath, raised his head. He was still smiling. Don't you think something's wrong? What? Now that the bastard mentioned it. The train had stopped. What the? Before he knew it, countless zombies had climbed underneath the train and dragged it to a halt. Now. Picking up the crown again, Simon stood up, writhing for a moment like a zombie before putting it back on in one fluid motion. Now, I'm serious. Beyond the stopped train, zombies surged up like a tidal wave, the dark blue almost matching the color of the oceans. All who saw it felt their eyes widen in horror. Follow. At Simon's command, thousands of zombies crashed toward Alokan all at once. Alokan splattered blood everywhere as he tried to run, but the dark blue wave swallowed him. However, he broke free with another series of blood explosions and jumped into the air. There's no chance of winning head-on. First, I need to get out of here. As he looked for a good place to land, he saw the floor was getting closer faster than it should be. A horde of zombies was rushing into the air, directly where he was heading through the air. Don't tell me he read my moves. You always escape into the air. Simon grinned, flashing his teeth, and opened his hand. Barrier of obstruction. The Inquisitor who was fighting Reedy had once again created a divine magic circle in front of Alokan. She knew there was no chance of winning if Alokan went down. Nice. Good assist. She thought that the zombies would pass through the barrier and turn to mince this time, too, but... I can do anything. Muttered Simon, closing his eyes. No, that isn't enough. Everything became clear. This moment, where he could focus on his ultimate goal without distraction, he felt a giddy rush upon returning to this state of immense concentration. Omnipotent. A massive burst of divinity erupted from Simon's crown. White mixed with the gold in Simon's eyes, and the dark smoke that seeped from the zombies was bleached white. What did you do? The zombies, now creatures of divinity, passed through the divine barrier without any resistance. They grabbed Alokan and dragged him to the floor. He was unable to process what happened in time to resist, and countless divine zombies piled on top of him. A huge mountain of white zombies formed with him trapped underneath. Reedy, after managing to knock out the Inquisitor who had gotten distracted casting the barrier on Alokan, raised her head. She shivered. Oh great goddess! After pulling himself together, Methan, who had come up to the roof to help in the fight, felt his jaw drop in disbelief. Is this even possible? After defeating all the cultists in the tail car, Ellen's eyes shook as she looked out the window. Simon! Gripping the crown, Simon took a deep breath and raised his left hand to the sky. The gaze of every passenger watching followed his hand and looked to where he was incidentally pointing. Countless divine magic circles nearly blotted out the sun. Compello. The absolute insight to arrive at the ultimate truth. Even in the few moments between conjuring the circles and activation, the formula for the magic circle was changing hundreds and thousands of times before settling on the final version. Upon finishing the calculations, the countless failed magic circles winked out of existence, and only one divine magic circle remained, directly above Simon's outstretched hand. Celestial explosion. The world went white, followed by a series of explosions of light and darkness. They drowned out all sound and stretched in all directions. Pale, odorless, and silent. A pure white explosion. Everything went silent for a moment. Then, the ensuing backdraft rocked the train with a vicious fervor and uprooted the surrounding trees. Kaya! Kook! Passengers jumped to the ground in a desperate act of survival. Windows shattered, objects were thrown across entire carriages, and chaos ensued. After the massive backdraft passed, Simon slowly lowered his outstretched hand. A single beam of blinding light shone down on him. Chapter 182. The train was stopped. Alokan, Bishop of Heavenly Blood, had been completely neutralized. Search asterisk the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Methan staggered across the train roofs to check on the condition of Alokan. A massive explosion from sanctified zombies. The power is incomparable to that of exorcism. The hellhound that Alokan shaped to his flesh had disappeared without a trace. Alokan himself was spewing black liquid from his mouth, and the only sign of life coming from him was the very faint rise and fall of his chest. These were typical symptoms of a necromancer with a ruptured core. The smell alone confirmed it. He would never be able to use dark magic again. I wanted to capture him myself, though. In the end, the one who captured Alokan was not Methan, nor another inquisitor, nor that Ethnal student. It was a necromancer. While mulling over that strange fact, Methan handcuffed Alokan. Meanwhile, Reedy, who had restrained the female inquisitor and put her in a cabin, approached Simon. "Well, I guess I have no choice but to acknowledge your skills this time." Simon was gasping for breath, crouched down on the train roof. "You saved the passing HM?" Something was wrong with Simon. It was a struggle for him to drop the crown, and his whole body was trembling. Soon, his shaking arms moved to put the crown back on his head, but Simon dropped the crown in an act of great will. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. What's wrong? Get away from me." Simon's shout made Reedy flinch and stop walking. She had never heard him yell so forcefully. "Take this and go." "Leave me." Simon slapped the crown over. Not given time to think, Reedy grabbed the crown and held it in her arms. "What's wrong? Please, you need to at least tell me something." "Kook. I don't have time to explain, so just go. Now." She wanted to cast a healing spell or a blessing to strengthen his mental stability, but Simon was adamant in telling her to stay away from him. She stepped back slowly, before turning around and running. Just what's with this crown? In the end, Simon couldn't hold it any longer. The whites of his eyes showed, and he charged at Reedy on all fours while hissing like a beast. Exclamation point. She was caught up to in a flash. As Simon's arm neared the crown, Reedy turned away in fright and hugged it even tighter. Suddenly, Simon went flying, bouncing across the roof of the train. I knew this was gonna happen. Prince, his hand outstretched in a punch, was approaching with a nonchalant look about him. "You're..." As Simon tried to get back to his feet, Prince lunged at him. He grabbed Simon by the hair and used that grip to throw Simon to the floor. Reedy yelled in horror. "Hey! What are you doing? Stay out of this, priest." Simon's whole body had gone limp when he was slammed into the roof. Then, maniacal laughter escaped his lips. His golden eyes returned to their original color. "Thank you, Prince. You think this is funny? I'm the one getting scolded by Pierre if you overdo yourself and get hurt. I had no choice, my opponent was too strong. But please, take the crown away. I'm going insane." At that, Prince turned and approached Reedy. She looked back and forth between Simon and Prince, still clutching the crown with wary eyes, but when Simon nodded in approval she nervously held out the crown. Prince snatched it away from her and put it back on his own head. "If something's up, call on me immediately, you got it?" "Yeah, thanks." Prince's entire body and crown turned pitch black, and his body dispersed like smoke as though the soul had escaped. Then, all that remained was the body of a regular zombie. He disappeared? He just went back to where he came from. Simon groaned as he sat up from where he was thrown onto the hard metal roof. Reedy rushed to his side. "Are you all right? Do you need some healing or?" "No need. I just need something to revitalize my body, thanks." Reedy gave him a fortitude blessing modified for a long duration. Only then did Simon stagger to his feet. Reedy stood beside him and exclaimed. Don't force yourself. If you're tired, why don't you just sleep?" Then, suddenly, Simon shoved Reedy away. Her eyes widened as she fell on her but in a daze. A scowl formed on her face, and she soon lost her temper. I was just trying to help. Do you want to D? You don't have to worry about making sure she's not associated with you. She turned around to the source of the unknown voice. Inquisitor Methan was walking toward her, dragging behind him the fat body of the captured Alokan. In the name of the great goddess, I promise that there will be no harm to you nor Priest Reedy. But Simon only tightened his mask. He still didn't reveal his identity. Reedy was thinking hard, not sure about what to do. Should I deny my relationship with Simon, or should I just help Simon finish this guy off? As those thoughts rushed through her head, Methan stated. You are a necromancer, yet you risked your life for believers from the Federation. In the end, you saved hundreds of lives. I admit it, the Inquisitors, myself included, were completely useless. We were no better than a single necromancer. He plucked the Inquisitor's badge from his chest and tossed it away. Thus, I'll give up on your interrogation. Simon and Reedy stayed silent, things flowing differently to their expectations. You've saved hundreds of lives and deserve a huge award on Sky Island for that. But you're a necromancer, you won't gain any reward here. Yet you saved people regardless. I'd like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Inquisitors. Methan bowed. Thank you. At the sincerity in his voice, Simon drew back the jet black he wore up. Of course, that didn't mean he let his guard down. Are you sure about doing this? Said Reedy, looking at Methan. You might enter a slump. A priest's divinity comes from their faith. However, if a person begins to doubt their faith, the medium for divinity, the doubt can snowball and become irreversible. Priests call it a divinity slump when an event shakes one's faith and makes it impossible to use divinity as well as before. There were countless examples of priests in the Holy Federation who had returned to being citizens after experiencing a slump, whether due to war or unreasonable orders. Someone like Methan, who held unwavering conviction and passion, was especially vulnerable to slumps. It doesn't matter. What's wrong is wrong, after all. Declared Methan, looking at Simon. Methan wanted Simon to say something, but he remained tight-lipped. He was thorough till the end. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The situation was finally somewhat under control. Reedy, an Ethnal student who held absolute authority, and Methan, the only surviving Inquisitor, worked together to set the passengers at ease and round up the remaining remnants of the Heavenly Blood cultists. The captured Heavenly Blood cultists were tied up and thrown together into the cargo hold, and Alokan and the female Inquisitor were sealed by Methan himself and attached to torture wheels. Don't go anywhere and keep an eye on these bastards, Senior Ellen. Of course. Leave it to me, said Ellen, saluting. Reedy and Methan came back to the engine room. Oh, the two of you are back. Simon, who returned to his apprentice status after removing his mask and reversing his robe back to white, held his hands in prayer as a greeting. Do you want to die? You're slacking off so much, honestly. Chuckled Reedy. I'm not sure what you're talking about, priest. I know my place. I was just cleaning up the grunts in the tail. Methan let out a feigned laugh as they both exchanged lies in casual conversation. Well, please come on in. The three of them walked into the engine room. It was already cleared of corpses. In the center of the engine room, there was the permanent divine circle that allowed one to control the train. Priest Reedy, are you able to operate it? I'll take a look. The magic circle was complex enough to make Simon feel dizzy just looking at it, but Reedy felt it was doable, and she slowly began picking apart the configuration. Meanwhile, Methan began to explain. We've regained control over the train, but that doesn't mean the threat of Heavenly Blood is over. Simon nodded. Yeah, we don't know when Heavenly Blood's headquarters will send a follow-up group. Right. They're trying to use everyone on this train as a sacrifice. HQ must have realized that they've lost contact with Bishop Alokan. Without a doubt, they'll send more troops. That's why we're trying to get the train moving and go, I see. Correct. Methan waved a briefcase he held in his hand. While Priest Reedy assesses if she can get the train moving, Let's check out this information on Heavenly Blood. The briefcase was filled with confidential documents from Heavenly Blood. Simon's eyes widened. Where did you get this? It was in Alokan subspace. The two searched through the papers, looking for anything that might give them a hint. Fanning out the papers, Simon immediately noticed something odd. All of these orders have a bishop's signature on them, but it's never the signature of Alokan, who claimed to be a bishop himself. Every order had the signature of a bishop other than Alokan. That is, apart from this one. Simon pointed to the mission paper on the far right. A request for a mission to hijack the divine train. This is the only paper with Alokan's signature. And even this was authorized by another bishop. I see. Simon got a strong hunch that Alokan might have been a puppet ruler. Maybe there was a difference in rank between bishops, or Alokan was a rookie bishop and schemed this ploy to show his worth. Simon rifled through the document. Sarah Crawford was the traitorous Inquisitor Reedy had captured. Simon knew this much from Reedy. He moved on to the next page. At this point, Simon had to pause to process what he just read. What kind of bullshit is this? They're deliberately leaking information to the Bureau? Simon flipped to the next page with a serious expression. Whoa, this thing. Simon felt the back of his throat go dry. Is scaling up like crazy, huh? Chapter 183. The more Simon read through the confidential document, the more he was at a loss of words. Heavenly Blood's goal wasn't securing slaves or human sacrifices. Their final goal was war between the Holy Federation and the Dark Territory. I thought it was just a lunatic heresy group that served no purpose, but this is what they were up to. Xianxia the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He felt they had excellent timing. There was tension between the two sides, to say the least. All they needed was a good reason, and war would be as good as guaranteed. So what if the issue of Heavenly Blood hijacking a train was reported to the Federation as an act of Kizan and the Dark Territory? Hostility would spike against necromancers and the public would be vying for war. Not even the Pope could prevent it. This might actually cause a war. Methan read the document from his position beside Simon and groaned, seemingly thinking the same thing. On the document, it said that Heavenly Blood deliberately leaked information to the Chief Inquisitor so he'd raid their headquarters. The Inquisitor Chief is one of the most extreme pro-war figures. He'll use this to start a war by any means necessary. It's like putting wings on a tiger. Is he that extreme? Yes. The boss to all Inquisitors, Chief Inquisitor Leet, was infamous in both the Holy Federation and the Dark Territory. A merciless warmonger who had crucified countless necromancers. After becoming Chief Inquisitor, he started the current radical movement that burnt hundreds of Federation citizens to death each year in the name of witch hunting. While listening to the explanation, Simon stroked his chin. This is just a hypothetical, but what if we presented this document as evidence to him, Leet? Methan shook his head. The truth doesn't matter to the chief. He'll burn the documents, and it wouldn't be surprising if he killed us all to keep our mouths shut. Humph. If what Methan said was true, persuasion seemed impossible. As Simon pondered, Methan put the documents down and sighed. Actually, I also thought that a certain amount of war was necessary, but... Methan stared at Simon. That miracle you performed changed my mind. I now keep questioning whether I was being too narrow-minded. Simon flinched, then he made the sign of a cross and faked a smile. I'm not so sure I understand what you're talking about, Inquisitor. Haha. Methan scoffed at Simon's reaction. So much for hiding your identity. Simon returned to his seriousness. Then what if we get this evidence out to the press first, before the Chief Inquisitor storms the scene? Methan nodded. Yeah, I think that would be the best, too. In the end, it was a game of timing. There was no point in saying to an already angry mob, actually, it was all a scheme by Heavenly Blood, after Leet already acted. It was likely to be buried by war issues or treated as a trivial conspiracy theory. However, suppose they wrote an article about the heavenly blood first, it'd be engraved in people's minds that heavenly blood is trying to spark war between the Holy Federation and the Dark Territory. It'd be less impactful when Leet writes an article promoting necromancer hatred later on. You could also expect people to turn their ire to heavenly blood for trying to manipulate the people of the goddess. However, Ethnal controlled all media in the Holy Federation. Articles needed to be approved by Ethnal, which takes time. In the meantime, Leet could intervene and reject the article. Done. Reedy threw her hands in the air in relief. A bright light emanated from the divine magic circle she had been tinkering with, and the train began to rattle. So you can control it? Of course. It might be a little slower, but it can go backward, too. Other than that, how did the investigation turn out? Simon told Reedy what he had found. Her expression grew grave as she listened. So, this incident was staged by the heavenly blood to provoke war between the two nations, and the person who's coming to take care of it is also an extreme pro-war advocate, the chief of the Inquisition Bureau. Did I get that right? Yes. She pondered. I agree with using the media, but I think it'd be better to take these files to someone with more influence rather than it being us who submit it to the press. Someone with more influence? Yes. I'll contact an acquaintance of mine. Someone who can influence both Ethnal and the press, and who doesn't want war any more than the rest of us. Sounds good, right? Reedy took a communication crystal ball from her subspace and activated it. A moment later, when the call connected, Reedy said with an unnerving level of politeness. Miraculum dia. This is Reedy Sardegna. Simon was surprised. That was a greeting one made when speaking to a high priest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alright, got it. The man who set down the communication crystal orb let out a thin chuckle. He was sitting in an office without a single source of light, curtains drawn over the windows. Sat on his large chair, the man was heavily armored and armed, weapons were strapped to his body. His right eye was a milky white, he had short black hair, and a stubborn, determined look was etched on his face. The time has come. A subordinate standing by his side scribbled down his words. Did Heavenly Blood finally say they've hijacked the train? Indeed. The man's lips formed a crooked smile upon hearing the news. He was known across the continent as the man who had killed the most necromancers in the world. He was Chief Inquisitor Leet. The time for judgment is upon us. Heavenly Blood planned to use the Inquisition Bureau to start a war. They would first flee, then bring Inquisitors into their HQ to gather evidence. But before they could leak any information, Leet discovered the entire plan through his own sources. In the end, the situation was all according to Leet's plan. Cheeky bastards. He grinned. They probably thought they were using us, but we're using them. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll raid and wipe Heavenly Blood out. Then, we shall tell the media that the Dark Territory is behind them. Once the hatred is ripe, I'll travel to Ethnal myself to inform the Pope, Her Holiness. Yes, sir. We'll prepare thoroughly. As Leet waved his finger, the curtains were drawn back, letting light through the window. Kook. When the darkness lifted, people could be seen attached to red crosses, drenched in blood. Large nails were driven through their hands and feet, their fingernails and tongues were pulled out, and metal had fused to skin from the molten iron they had poured on them. No shine remained in their eyes, and the will to live was nowhere to be seen. Number 5415. Confessed. Well done. With a snap of Leet's fingers, Inquisitors dragged the tortured heretics out of the office. Now they'd confess their sins on the divine trial and be executed. Only then would they be released from torture and set free. All that remained in the office after the heretics were dragged away was a long trail of blood. Finally, Leet stood up. He towered over everyone else from where he stood at 3 meters tall. War is coming. He rubbed his right eye, which had gone completely white. A wound inflicted by Nephthys. It was hard not to feel good knowing that he'd soon be ripping her apart with his own hands. An explosive volume of divinity erupted from him, making the surrounding inquisitors flinch and step back. So this is the rumored Leet's divinity, in the war against heresy, had proved its worth time and time again. Limited to times of war, Leet's divinity granted him infinity. Across hundreds and thousands of battlefields, he never tired. With an inexhaustible supply of divinity, he fought and resurrected endlessly, striking down countless necromancers. Victory was always his, the last to stand. By next year, I'll purge all remaining evil from the continent. Divinity was the will of the goddess. The goddess's will was war. Prepare for execution. Carve out a cross. Paint it red. He declared to every inquisitor watching. This year, the carpenters will be busy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sun was beginning to set. Reedy somehow figured out how to operate the magic circle and put the train in reverse, but it didn't take that long for it to stop. It was out of fuel. In the fierce battle, the pipe that brought fuel to the train engine had been broken. For lack of anything better, Methan picked a few strong men from amongst the passengers. Together, they refueled by hand. It took some trial and error, as all the crew members with the needed knowledge were killed, but they worked it out eventually. While the train was being refueled, darkness fell, and day became night. They had no choice but to stay on the motionless train until it was refueled. The passengers struggled to fall asleep, knowing that heavenly blood could strike again at any moment. Reedy organized a temporary vigilante group of priests and clerics on the train who could fight and distributed the remaining food in the warehouse to fill the passengers' empty stomachs. There were no signs of attack yet. Simon, Reedy, and Ellen sat in an empty cabin with bare walls, staring out into the night as they ate a late dinner. Reedy was actually a fast eater. Frantically digging into a steak bowl, she spoke while opening another lunchbox beside her. I spoke to her again earlier in the restroom, and she said she'd like to come over here herself. Simon's eyes widened. Oh, really? She's coming here? I was surprised, too. I mean, she's a busy person and she's got a lot on her plate, but she said the situation seems quite serious and that she'd come right over. Even Reedy seemed genuinely surprised. How is she coming all the way here? She's using tons of very expensive teleportation circles. Apparently, she wants to see the situation with her own eyes. So I'm going to get the train moving, then I'm going to set up a teleportation guidance circle near Heavenly Blood's headquarters. Ellen, concentrating on her food, looked up in surprise. That's too dangerous. You don't know how many of those horrible heretics will be there. It can't be helped. I'm the one who invited her, so I have to take responsibility. I'll come with you. Reedy nodded at Simon's words. You will? Then, let's finish this up and go straight to the Tree of Life. It's not that far from here, anyway. While they were talking about this and that, Simon excused himself to use the restroom. Ellen's eyes lit up as if she had been waiting for this moment, and she leaned forward. Reedy. By the way, what's the relationship between you two? You kind of hit it off together. Shut up. Do you want me to make your chin take the place of your nose? Haha, you're too cold to me, Reedy. Reedy leaned back in her seat and flatly stated. There's nothing between us. Reedy's answer lit a fire in Ellen. She spoke like a rapid-fire cannon. Hey now, nothing between you two? Bringing a necromancer like Simon all the way here is risking your life, too. How could you risk your life for someone who doesn't mean anything to you? Reedy looked at the sky and muttered a short prayer under her breath before correcting. My benefactor's life is at stake, and her son is helping me save her. At Reedy's answer, she sighed heavily, wondering why she had to make such excuses. To that, Reedy groaned. Grow up, why don't you? I know what you're thinking, but it's not the pretty picture you're imagining. Is that so? Ellen chuckled. Then, can I confess to Simon today? Chapter 184 Then can I confess to Simon today? Reedy flinched at Ellen's sudden announcement. Catching her confusion, Ellen smirked mischievously. I mean, why are you asking me that? It's a joke. Reedy's kick came from nowhere. Ellen fell backward onto the floor with a groan as Reedy stomped on her face. I'm going to kill you, I swear. Growled Reedy, her face a light red, before bringing her feet back together. Despite being kicked in the face, Ellen cackled with delight. I know. A confession when the fate of the continent is at stake? I can't distract Simon with something like that. Even I can put that together. This was Ellen's first time since being expelled from Ethnal that she wore a school uniform, although it was a fake, and casually chatted with a girl her own age. Such chatter was once part of her daily routine, but it soon became only a thing of dreams. Ellen still longed for those days. Then how about this? Don't care. Don't say it. Honestly, necromancer or not, don't you find Simon rather attractive? Reedy sighed, sitting back down with her knees to her chest. Yeah, you're right. He's quite handsome. Wah. I knew you'd agree. Are you serious? Are these your true feelings? Unable to learn from her recent mistake, Ellen was struck by Reedy's second kick. Reedy replied sourly. I'm a girl, too. I'm not blind. I know that bastard looks great, and that he has a great personality. Then, why? He's a necromancer. Spat Reedy. They hurt me as a child. They hurt me bad. Now, even the word necromancer is enough to make me shudder. I don't find them attractive or appealing. I just hate them. Ellen blinked. Even after he risked his life to save all of us when we're practically strangers to him? Ugh. But the bottom line is, he's a necromancer. A monster with a core in his heart who disturbs the dead's rest. Watching Reedy so deeply engrossed in the topic, Ellen sort of felt good. This was exactly what she wanted. Then, how about we look at it this way? As Ellen held up a finger, ready to make a point, Reedy cut her off. Oh, could you please stop with your interrogating? You're worse than the Inquisition. What if Simon isn't a necromancer but a separate being? Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Reedy went silent at that question. I mean, think about it. What other necromancer can use divinity? Simon is something we have no word for. Can you really say that Simon's just a necromancer because he has a core despite using divinity like one chosen by the goddess? His divinity is too pure and too warm for that. Reedy began flicking her bottom lip in deep thought. But what Ellen wanted wasn't serious contemplation or debate, just mindless banter. As Ellen was about to open her mouth again. What are you guys talking about that's got Reedy thinking so seriously? Simon had returned, a smile drawn on his face. Ellen smiled awkwardly and gave a small wave. However, Reedy jumped from hearing Simon's voice, and a scowl quickly formed on her face. Oh, for heaven's sake. If you're coming over, at least make some sound. Why do you scare people sneaking up behind them? Are you a pervert? I think that's your problem for not recognizing the sound of a cabin door opening. Teased Simon as he set a large platter of fruit before them. Ellen's eyes twinkled. Whoa. What's this? I got it from the kitchen. Oh, as expected from Simon. How thoughtful of you. The three of them nibbled at the fruit and started exchanging stories. Reedy's eyebrows twitched soon after biting into a piece of fruit Simon had cut for her. They're here. As she stood up, the other two started looking around in confusion. Who? Some heavenly blood bastards entered the detection magic circle I installed around the train. There's at least 100 of them, including zombies. Ellen's jaw dropped, and Simon quickly stood up. Let's go to the engine room. Yeah. Ellen went to warn the others about the situation while Simon and Reedy went to the engine room. Methan stood up and said. Welcome back. The fuel is now halfway F. Tell everyone to leave. We need to get the train going. Now. Did something happen? Heavenly blood is coming after the train. At that, Methan immediately ran out. Reedy sat down in the engine room and put her hand on top of the magic circle. After taking a deep breath, she furrowed her brow and let divinity flow. The divine magic circle whirred into action, and a vast world of complex formulas unfurled in her mind. Not long after she touched the magic circle, the train began moving. Simon exclaimed. "You actually made it go backwards?" "Huh. It's a little slower in reverse, but it should be fine once it picks up speed," said Reedy, standing from her seat. "Come on, let's go stop some heretics." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The two left the engine room. Simon stared out the window. There, he could see the train running on what looked like nothingness in the darkness of night. And, just as Reedy said, the zombies had begun to swarm. The train hadn't picked up speed yet, so the zombies caught up and clung on. Screams broke loose throughout the cabins as the undead let out horrible shrieks from the windows. Simon immediately opened the ceiling hatch and climbed onto the roof. He looked down at the walls, hair buffeted by the cold winds whipping his face. Black and red objects covered the sides of carriages. With a swift motion, he donned his robe, inside out, and strapped on the mask. Kicking the first zombie that climbed up, Simon pulled out his last remaining zombie from his subspace. "Prince. It's time for work again." Simon spoke into the pale ring on his left hand and touched it to the zombie's body. Immediately, a black thunderbolt fell, and Prince got up from the ground while yawning. "You called back so quickly. Is it those bastards from Heavenly Blood or whatever they're called?" "Yeah." He saw zombies clambering up to the roof of the train. But with a glare from Prince. The zombies' eyes turned gold, and they kicked at zombies below, knocking them off the wall and sending them plummeting to the ground. Simon left Prince to take care of the front, and he ran across the roof to the next car. Bone armor, handgun mode. Equipped with bone armor handguns on both arms, he ran across the train roof, firing rounds at any zombies daring enough to show their faces, and he kicked away the ones already on top. "You're here again?" He saw Methan fighting on the roof of the train like him. Methan's question had a hint of mischievousness, but Simon shrugged it off and moved on to the next car. "Stop them. Get them off however you can." It helped that there were numerous priests and clerics among the passengers. They sent volleys of attacks and slayed any zombies who found the already broken windows and climbed through. The civilians who couldn't use divinity still joined in the defense, putting up barricades over those broken windows. The train was picking up speed. Simon ran frantically from the front car to the tail while firing at anything that moved. Huff. Huff. Out of breath, Simon finally reached the tail car. Most of the zombies could no longer keep up with the train, so they just had to make their way through the ones already in front of them. However, what the fuck is that? Simon doubted his eyes. Zombies were swarming the railroad tracks, building a wall of flesh with their bodies. The zombiemancer in charge must have realized the zombies couldn't keep up, so they were trying to block the train itself. "I need to get rid of them right now," decided Simon, holding the pale ring close to his mouth. "Prince, come to the tail car of the train." Immediately. Just as Simon finished his sentence, heavy footsteps could be heard in the distance. They went silent for a few seconds, then Prince fell from the air and landed next to Simon. A large dent formed in the ground beneath him, and the people below screamed. "I'm here." "What is it?" "See that wall of zombies? Use your crown to take control of one zombie in the middle." "Ah, okay. I see what you're planning." Prince strained his eyes as he gazed further than usual to make a connection. The eyes of a zombie in the middle of the wall turned gold, just like Prince's, and Simon activated the dark spell he had prepared. Corpse explosion. The zombie exploded, and the wall fell with it. Zombies were scattered through the air, and seconds later the train slammed head-on into the few that remained. Bones crunched and organs burst as they were crushed beneath the wheels. The lucky ones were only sent flying through the air, helpless to the whims of the breeze. "Simon! There's another wall behind them. Just keep doing what we're doing. They had a trick like this. No wonder they took so long to start attacking. Prince took control of a zombie in the middle and subordinated it to Simon, who then blasted it with corpse explosion to take down the wall. 5 walls later, and the tracks were finally clear. The train had also picked up enough speed that even the nimblest blood zombies couldn't keep up. Priests in the cars had also cleared out the zombies that clung to the walls or got inside. We did it. We survived. Wah wah. The passengers cheered, throwing their hands in the air. Simon also jumped down to the train floor, gasping for breath, and smiled. Hey. Prince held out an open palm, looking a little shy. Simon gladly reached out and gave him a high five. Then, Prince turned his hand to the side. Question mark. Gosh. When you start high-fiving, you obviously have to do a palm slap, a fist bump, then go a thump, thump, bump, bump as well. Question mark. Simon blinked in confusion, then said. Oh, you mean like a secret handshake? Yeah, like that. Simon ended up doing a weird high five that involved slapping each other's palms up and down, fist bumping, elbow bumping, and then turning their backs to each other and bumping once more. Only then did Prince smile with satisfaction. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Prince snorted with excitement at the synced movement. You have to do this every time you summon me from now on. When I hold out my hand, you'll do this, alright? Remember the order. By the way, where did you learn this? I just came up with it. Prince didn't mention that he used to play with Richard like this. Chapter 185. Thanks to the efforts of Simon and Prince, the divine train successfully escaped Heavenly Blood's pursuit. With plenty of fuel and no fear of being caught, it was safe to say that they were completely safe. And now, as planned, Simon and Reedy prepared to disembark. You're really going after them, aren't you? Yeah. With their bags packed, Simon and Reedy stood before the train's opened-up wall. The many passengers who knew them came out to see them off. Methan, Ellen, the girls riding first class who they played with, the men who refueled the engine, and priests from other cars who played active roles in defending the train. I think this incident will be a huge turning point for me, said Methan. I won't regret it, even if I enter a slump, and I'll never forget you guys. Yes, may the goddess treat you well, dear priest. Live a life that you won't regret. Methan bowed to the two of them. Ellen approached Simon and sniffled, Sir the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. We're parting ways again. I thought we were going to stick together a little bit longer. Seeing Ellen unable to hide her disappointment, Simon smiled. I'm sure I'll come back in the future. I'll be counting on you then. Yeah. Let me be your guide when the time comes. And? Reedy smiled, putting her hands on her hips. If I catch you impersonating Ethnal again, I won't go easy on you, senior. I just have to not let you catch me, right? A few people who knew what was going on chuckled to themselves. Simon bowed respectfully to those he had met along the journey. Well then, we'll be going, said Simon. Don't pretend to know me if we meet again in the future, warned Reedy. While receiving people's farewell, the two leaped off the train into the darkness outside, raising Jet Black and Divinity on their legs. They're gone. They should be fine, right? At Ellen's question, Methan nodded meekly. Of course. I'm sure the two of them will be able to keep the war at bay. After the spectacular leap off the train, they both had to face vicious landings, but the two were safe. Upon hitting the ground, they moved slowly, using the darkness as a shield and walking as quietly as possible. You can come out now, Prince. Simon opened his subspace, and Prince immediately pushed his way out. Ugh hi, how can Pure Bear staying in that thing? He brushed himself off and found Reedy standing beside him, looking disgusted. Prince burst into anger and shouted. What? What is it this time? I really can't get used to it. To think that an undead is talking and experiencing rage. Simon shrugged. Apparently, even the scholars of the Dark Territory haven't uncovered anything about the ancient undead. They're complete unknowns. Why are you talking about me as if I'm some kind of research subject? I'm the great zombie prince, you know? Prince, venting his anger both verbally and physically, let out a long sigh. What do I have to do this time? I just called you out because you might feel cramped and bored. Catch some breath when there's no one around to see you. What? Bored? The ancient undead feel no such emotion. Go back inside, then. I don't want to. It's boring there. Question mark. Reedy felt exhausted by the pointless conversation. It was no wonder scholars were unable to discover anything about ancient undead, as ancient undead were absolutely abnormal. Well, I doubt they're as abnormal as this necropriest, though. Reedy glanced at Simon. As Simon, after calming Prince down, looked back and smiled at Reedy, she quickly turned away. We're running out of time. Let's get going. The three walked through the night, keeping some distance from the railroad. After an hour or so of brisk walking, torches could be seen everywhere and people were shouting. It was the Heavenly Blood cultists who had just attacked the train and been shaken off. Reedy whispered. Now that they failed chasing us, they'll head back to their headquarters. Let's give them some distance and follow. As she said that, Reedy took a step forward, only to stumble back in surprise. The zombie on the grass crawled toward her, gnashing its teeth. Go away. But at Prince's command, the little zombie went elsewhere like a well-behaved lamb. Ugh, my heart. Reedy fumed and glared at the zombie as it moved away. Part of her wanted to shove a divine spear into its back. Coward. Prince chuckled. All right. I'll purify you first. Reedy rolled up her sleeves. Simon quickly stepped between them and asked Reedy. When is your acquaintance arriving? Ah. She checked her wristwatch. She's spending money like it's water and taking teleport after teleport, so she'll be arriving by dawn at the latest. Simon's eyes widened. Dawn? That soon? Yeah, things must be that serious if she's disregarding everything and coming here. Just double-checking, but you're sure we can trust her, right? She nodded. Definitely. She's who I trust second most after Teacher Anna. And above all, she has a lot of influence in the Holy Federation. We have no choice but to rely on her for now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Heavenly Blood HQ, 5th floor. Pools of blood covered the floor, surrounding mummified corpses. The walls and ceiling were covered with test subjects shackled in chains. This was an undead laboratory. Judas, a bishop of Heavenly Blood, was concentrated on his research, dripping blood onto a test subject lying on an iron bed. The test subject writhed in agony before eventually stopping after blood spluttered from every orifice of its body. Judas's white lab coat was spattered with blood, but it softly slid off and fell to the floor, leaving him remarkably clean. Failure number 531. Judas grimly picked up the clipboard and began checking off the boxes. Bishop, I'm sorry for interrupting your experiment, but there's a slight problem. Out of the darkness, a believer approached and bowed. Judas stated without taking his eyes off the research journal. You lost them. Yes. I'm sorry. I told you it wouldn't do any good sending the pursuit. Judas picked up a clean scalpel from his toolbox and, with unsteady hands, began cutting into the flesh of his new test subject strapped to the iron bed beside him. Someone strong enough to capture a Loken was on the train. They must have somehow found a way to get the stalled divine train moving again. He pinched a wad of coagulated blood between his fingers and lifted it up, examining it closely. The believer bowed his head and said, Now that the passengers have escaped unharmed, I assume that the forces of the Holy Federation will rush our headquarters as soon as daylight breaks. I'm sure they will. Judas stood up from his seat. Dispose of this test subject. Yes, Bishop. We'll have to hurry to a new headquarters. Please get the teleportation magic circle ready. Bishop. Bishop. Another believer ran up and reported in, kneeling before the bishop. We're in trouble. The teleportation magic circle is. After hearing the believer's report, Judas himself left the laboratory and went to the teleportation circle in the headquarters. The believers shouting to each other in panic. You're saying that all the magic circles are nullified? Yes. There's only one person who can pull this off so easily. Judas smiled, pushing back his glasses. Chief Inquisitor Lead is on his way. At that, pandemonium broke loose among the believers. Be Bishop. How come they're already? This isn't according to the plan. We haven't even released the information yet. I wonder. Judas turned his back, and his white coat fluttered in the wind. I think they found everything out first, without us. Judas' voice was very nonchalant as he declared that. This is fine. Prepare for the crusade. We'll take this opportunity to wipe out the Inquisitors. Does that mean? Judas broke into a wide grin. I'll call for the goddess apostles. The believers let out a furious roar. Their terror toward the Inquisitors was nowhere to be found. Rally everyone to defend. If we can hold off till the apostles appear, it's our victory. Yes, Bishop. Glory to the great goddess. Leaving the people running around like fanatics, Judas climbed a set of stairs alone. Stepping into an empty room, he closed the door and locked it. Then, as he recited an incantation, he bit into his fingertips, drawing blood which he let drip down. The blood formed a magic circle on the floor, which soon tore open into a portal of disparate red. I must prepare for the interview, so I'll excuse myself. May your sacrifices be worthwhile. Muttered Judas as he threw himself into the portal. The portal closed behind him. *****. Chief. The installation of the teleport nullification circle is complete. All right. The large man sitting on a rock rose to his feet. It was Leet, the necromancer hunting warmonger. The current chief inquisitor. How wide did you set it? A 10-kilometer radius centered on the Heavenly Blood headquarters, making teleportation of any kind impossible. Understood. He had waited a long time. Looking back, he saw 500 of the Bureau's most elite inquisitors before him, each carrying various weapons and torture devices. They wore metal masks over their mouths, and each carried the irrational glare of a bloodthirsty hound. The killing machines of the Holy Federation, forged through hellish indoctrination. Fanatics who would plunge their blade into the throat of any one of their peers at a moment's notice if it were the goddess's and Leet's command. The world is full of injustices. Leet began his speech. In a world created by a great goddess, there are those who deny her. We live under the same sky and breathe the same air as those maggots. They have infected over half of the world, disturbing the inhabitants and breeding countless evils. So why? His eyes grew murderous. Why do we have to stand idle and watch the vermin live on? The 500 inquisitors stepped down in unison, each bringing their weapons in front of their chests in a salute. Are we too afraid of war? Are the sacrifices of the innocent too great? Are we to cower at the mere threat of mutually assured destruction? Bullshit. There is no victory without sacrifice. We are the followers of the goddess, and she shall not abandon us. Divinity mixed with a fighting spirit oozed from his body. The goddess desires judgment. The casualties of war are no excuse. Today shall begin our eradication of these disgusting vermin. Veins bulged in Leet's forehead and neck as he reached forward. A space opened, revealing a massive sword of light shaped like a cross. The sword that cuts the sky, the royal cross. It was so huge that Leet, standing at 3 meters tall, could barely bring it off the ground with his arms raised above his head. He looked like he was carrying a cross-shaped building on his back. Let's go cleanse every last one of these heretics. Leet and the warmongers began their march toward the Heavenly Blood headquarters. Chapter 186. The Heavenly Blood troops who pursued the train had returned to their headquarters. Simon, Reedy, and Prince hid behind a tree a short distance away, analyzing the situation from a distance. The headquarters was a massive cave modified into a building. It looked like a barren field from the outside, but when Reedy broke through the illusion, the massive building became clear. Believers were bustling around like they were preparing for war, and zombies were scattered throughout the building. There aren't many organizations even in the Dark Territory who control that many zombies, said Prince. And many of these are humanoid zombies. What's going on here? Reedy, standing beside him, sighed heavily. What do you think? Those were made of our own people. There's one more thing that I'm curious about, followed up Simon. If the Holy Federation is so active in suppressing and eradicating heretics, how did a cult of that size even form? Heavenly Blood isn't just an average cult. It's quite the special case. The religion of the goddess, the state religion of the Holy Federation, had always faced heresy in its history. But as its power grew, the number of cults grew exponentially with it. An ignorant person was more likely to be swayed by the sweet promises of those in front of them instead of the difficult scripture. Reedy gave a simple example. It's like going to rural towns and showing them you can use divinity. She held up her palm and made it shine with divinity. What would people who'd been farming all their lives know? They've been raised to trust those who can use divinity. Cultures often formed around exiled priests or those who naturally wanted divinity without ever entering the coffin of divinity, wielding unorthodox doctrines. But Heavenly Blood was different. They inflated their numbers in a deliberate, unconventional way. They have begun to spread cores to civilians. Simon's jaw dropped at that. Cores? In the Holy Federation? As you know, the Holy Federation has tight media control by Ethnol. The people only know that the Dark Territory bastards are despicable and evil, and they certainly wouldn't know about cores. Simon went deep into thought. I can see why Ethnol would want to hide the core's existence. And why is that? Because anyone can awaken it. Reedy nodded with a stiff face. Exactly. Jet black was more accessible than divinity. Assuming there was a practitioner on hand, they could simply create a core in your body, and that was it. Even those not compatible with divinity, those who are destined to farm for the rest of their lives, could gain new talent by awakening to jet black. In Ethnol, however, doctrine denies the use of jet black and necromancy. What if the lands of the Holy Federation were to be flooded with necromancers who had awakened their cores? And what if they organized, working together to resist the current federation? Prince, who had been listening to the story silently, burst out laughing. From Ethnol's point of view, it couldn't be worse. I see. That's exactly what Heavenly Blood is doing now. Shoving false scriptures down the throats of ignorant villagers, convincing them that these are the true doctrines of the goddess, and promising to let anyone use divinity. Ethnol controls the divinity, but Heavenly Blood says they'll let anyone use it. So that's how they lure people in, plant cores in their bodies, and turn them into necromancers, huh? Yeah. Thoroughly indoctrinated in the cult's doctrines, the followers of Heavenly Blood believe that their jet black is the true power of the goddess. The result was a strange hybrid, a necromancer who utilizes jet black while worshipping the goddess. That is the true color of Heavenly Blood. Simon nodded with a heavy heart. The story felt a little creepy to him. Wait, woman, you completely forgot to answer my question. What do you mean? I was asking why there are so many humanoid zombies in the Heavenly Blood cult. Why do you think? She sighed. They use those who died from the core operation, those who can't modify jet black, those who refuse to join, and anyone else they can kidnap or capture to use as guinea before turning them into zombies. Heavenly Blood injected people with a special, modified core. After awakening it, they could drastically reduce the 1 to 2 years it takes to learn jet black manipulation, grant a higher divinity resistance than the average necromancer, and implant people with a special form of hemomancy. But of course, it was not without horrible side effects. So the Chief Inquisitor is trying to. Simon summarized. Blame all of this evil on Kizan and the Dark Territory necromancers, not on the cult that sprang from the Holy Federation, am I right? Exactly. That's also what the higher-ups in Heavenly Blood want, and I suppose they've got a whole bunch of fake orders in their headquarters that say they're from Kizan. The situation was growing graver than they ever imagined. Saving Anna's life was important, but at this rate, Les Hill would be caught up in war in the pursuit of Anna's cure. They must be stopped, whatever it takes, murmured Simon, clasping his hands together. Reedy nodded. Well, we stopped them hijacking the divine train, so the worst is out of the way. Now, we need to stop the Chief Inquisitor and Heavenly Blood from manipulating the information. Simon looked at the briefcase in his hands. This evidence, from that Bishop of Heavenly Blood, would be the key to stopping the war. But the media was too controlled to release it to the press. It could fall into the hands of the Chief Inquisitor. But they couldn't just head straight to the Pope, so the next best thing was to take the evidence to a priest who opposes the war and who Reedy trusted. That was the gist of the plan. Well then, since it's almost time, I'll set up the teleport guidance circle. Squatting down, Reedy coated her fingertips in divinity and began to trace a line on the floor. Simon and Prince watched in silence. What? Reedy was filling in the formulas, deep in concentration, but the formula on one side kept disappearing. When she filled in the disappeared formula, the other side vanished instead. When Prince saw this, he scoffed and said, Hey, woman, didn't you say you were the best in Ethnal? Hey, stop calling me woman. I'll smash your head in. Stop calling me undead. Interrupting the two's pointless squabble, Simon also squatted in the place and looked at the magic circle. What's wrong? My calculations aren't wrong, but the circle keeps unnaturally disappearing. This is weird. She paused for a moment before conjuring more divinity and drawing the magic circle directly in the dirt. However, the dirt crackled for a moment before shifting and breaking the formula. Teleport nullification? Just when did they? Her gaze turned to the sky. Pure white divine shells were raining down from above. Holy sh. Dodge. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The three of them immediately jumped away. Dozens of divine shells flew through the air and landed right where they were, exploding on impact. Simon was knocked off balance by the tremendous force, rolling across the ground instead of landing properly. Reedy and Prince managed to stick the landing, narrowly dodging the strike. What happened? There seems to be a teleport nullifier in the area. It destroyed my formula and attacked after tracking the circle's location. Is it those Heavenly Blood bastards? There's no way such heretics are capable of such a complicated task. Reedy continued, gritting her teeth. This must be the Inquisitors. How did they get here already? Simon looked ahead into the distance. It was as Reedy said. Troops burst from the forest to the north and marched toward Heavenly Blood's headquarters. This can't be. They're supposed to be here 2 to 3 days from now. Weird. Simon put his brain to work. It would make sense for the Inquisitors to come after Heavenly Blood once they spread the information. Yet the cultists were unprepared and stuck inside, the Inquisitors even setting up a teleport nullifier to lock off any possible avenues of escape. It could only mean one thing. Looks like the Inquisitor Bureau had already found them out. Reedy nodded, also having grasped the situation. So what do we do now? This is completely outside of our expectations. After a moment's thought, Simon urgently ordered. Prince, get inside the subspace. Huh? All right. Moments after Prince entered the subspace, a pure white spear shot out toward them. The two quickly dodged to either side of it. Sia the novel, ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This is. Two men wearing Inquisitor uniforms on horseback were rushing towards them. Simon and Reedy quickly turned and ran. We're Inquisitors, shouted one of the men riding a horse. Surrender now and submit to interrogation. Refusal to comply leaves you subject to execution. They were meticulous. tracking the coordinates, sending a divine barrage, and then sending troops to confirm the kill. You don't have to listen to them, said Reedy, twigs snapping beneath her feet as she ran. Inquisition, my ass. They almost killed us with their artillery barrage. They crossed the line first, so we'll do the same. Simon nodded. If they followed the Inquisitor's order, they would obviously have the evidence taken away from them. The two of them jumped into the trees, and the Inquisitors on horseback followed after them, chopping down trees as Simon and Reedy flitted between them. Halt. Running only deepens your sins. They were using the Inquisitor's mantra, but the look in their eyes was that of fanatics. Simon turned to Reedy. This won't do. Let's take them down. I guess we have no choice. The two of them, running through the trees, immediately turned and dropped to the ground. The Inquisitors stopped, tugging at their horses' reins. They looked mildly perplexed at the sight of Reedy's ephemeral uniform, but being under the direct authority of the Bureau, they didn't seem to mind. On your knees and hands above your head. Any sign of resistance and we'll kill you. Simon and Reedy bent their knees, not to kneel, but to get ready to fight. One of the Inquisitors smirked and pulled out the sledgehammer on his back. Oh, you want a piece of me? Way bet. It was then. The two Inquisitors on horseback floated up, trapped in a water droplet. What's going on? They flew off into the distance. Simon blinked. What happened? Ah. She's here. Reedy smiled and pointed up. Inquisitors heading to Heavenly Blood's headquarters had also stopped to stare. A woman with sea blue hair descended from thousands of meters above, shining with a brilliant light. She held a white flute in her hand and was playing it slowly, creating not music but the sounds of nature and the ocean. Simon gulped. She's a? Yeah. She should be something like Teacher Anna's immediate junior. She is. She clasped her hands together and said with a slightly red face. Saintess Israfil. Heavenly Blood cultists and Inquisitors alike, while preparing to either defend or invade the headquarters, all became bewildered by the sudden appearance of Israfil. Leet's face in particular was red with rage. He clutched his crossword and grinded his teeth. Disruptor when I'm close to finishing. No one in the Holy Federation was immune to the Inquisition. Nominally, REIT held higher investigative power than even an archbishop. The seven saintesses, however, were a different matter, as they were treated as pseudo-gods. They were beyond the authority of humans. And Israfil led a moderates faction who opposed the war. What do you plan to do, Saintess? The sky began to rumble with her flute performance. Leet sensed that his worst-case scenario was about to unfold. Chapter 187. The sky rumbled as Saintess Israfil played her flute. The light blue air began to ripple, and motions reminiscent of waves passed through it. Gradually, the entire sky was shifting and shimmering. Sir the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Israfil is sometimes called the Master of the Divine Sea. Clasping her hands together in prayer, Reedy looked up at the sky, ecstatic. Master of the Divine Sea? Indeed. The sky rippled, and then, surprisingly, turned into a vast ocean. The ripples that spread across vast blue could be seen coming from fish leaping across the surface. Winged instead of finned, they were shaped and colored differently from the fishes who lived in continental waters. Some of the larger ones were even reminiscent of dolphins. Everyone gazed up at the sky in awe at the never-before-seen sight, an avant-garde and overwhelming spectacle. It was as if gravity had been reversed, the sea staying in the sky without even a drop of water falling to the earth. From afar, it seemed as if two different worlds faced each other. It would be impossible to tell which one was the real ground. Damn it. The only one who knew what was going on was Leet, who was gnashing his teeth. Are you planning to destroy all the evidence? Israfil's flute performance reached a climax. A large black shadow formed in the center of the vast sea of divine beasts. The fish that had been swimming in harmony began to scatter and flee before. A whale of impossible size, larger than a city, leaped out from the sea of divine beasts. Its skin was a pure white and countless wings let it move through the air. It broke through the water's surface and descended through the world in the sky to the one on the ground. "Damn it!" cried out Leet in frustration, tearing his hair out. Soon after its descent, the whale sailed back up safely into the sea of divine beasts, the headquarters of heavenly blood being nowhere to be found. Soon, bubble-like drops poured from the water's surface. The residents and tortured test subjects held in the headquarters were descending, trapped in the bubbles. With one more short melody from Israfil's flute, the sea of divine beasts closed, and the sky slowly returned to its original state. Haha. Watching all this, Simon was horrified. Such strong power actually exists in this world, huh? Oh, come on, let's get a closer look. Reedy pushed Simon aside and started running toward where Israfil descended. A shower of bubbles fell with the saintess after she cleared heavenly blood with a single strike. Reedy. What? You said that the saintess over there is my mother's direct successor, right? Does that mean my mother was capable of such power in her prime? She shook her head. The essence of the saintess changes depending on the holder. Teacher Anna's essence of miracle indeed went to Saintess Israfil, but I have heard that their powers were different. What was my mom like? I'm not from that generation, so I don't know, but I heard that she was the most powerful saintess of her time. According to the rumors. There was a light echo to her voice as she said. She opened the heavens, not the divine sea. Israfil brought the captives down to the ground. When the bubbles popped, their wounds were all healed. All the gathered inquisitors knelt before her in unison and bowed. We're glad to see you, daughter of the goddess. Israfil smiled and nodded. She kept her eyes closed for some reason. It wasn't clear if she was blind or there was another underlying reason. Only one man stood straight while everyone else knelt. Leet threw his crossword straight down. It split the land behind him in two, and an avalanche rumbled nearby as he threw his sword away in a fit of rage. He approached Israfil with undisguised rage. Chief. Looks like he's gonna cause some trouble. Some of his underlings, raising their heads, looked at Leet with worry. Leet stepped in front of Israfil and grabbed her hand before she could even offer it. Then he quickly dropped to one knee, barely kissed the back of her hand, and shot back up. Why is he so rough? Although he was being polite, it could also be seen as disrespectful for a demigod, a saintess. However, Israfil's eyes remained closed, and her smile remained. It's been a long time, Chief Inquisitor Leet. What is the meaning of this? Declared Leet while clenching his teeth. His anger was so great that it wouldn't be strange for him to slap the saintess at any time. This was a legitimate, warranted inquisition. It was our chance to find out everything we could about heavenly blood and the group pulling the strings behind it. She smirked. There's no one behind heavenly blood. The heavenly blood cult is just the heavenly blood cult. No matter. Veins protruded from Leet's neck. No matter how much you oppose war, saintess, this isn't right. Destroying every shred of evidence? You achieved nothing but the obstruction of a legitimate investiga. She turned away, cutting Leet off to say. Come here, Reedy. And your companion as well, please. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reedy and Simon came out from behind the tree they were hiding behind while they were watching for a chance to interrupt. Miraculum dia. I'm glad to see you, daughter of the goddess. Reedy drew a cross in the air and bowed in an uncharacteristically polite manner. Simon copied the gesture and fixed his eyes on Leet. Whoa, look at that bloodthirst. He could tear someone apart with those eyes. At this point, it was almost even more impressive that Israfil could stand so nonchalantly before someone who radiated such murderous intent. Reedy stood back up, grabbed the briefcase from Simon, took 5 steps forward, bowed again, and knelt before the two of them. These are the documents that Alokan, a bishop of heavenly blood, had. Then, she politely offered the briefcase to Israfil with both hands. Good work. Israfil smiled and took it. She had blown up the headquarters of the Heavenly Blood cult, so this was now the only piece of evidence. The future of the Holy Federation is indeed bright. Israfil looked amused. Her proud gaze toward Reedy also flicked to Simon, who was a step behind her. These young kids have done something that even we adults couldn't do. I'm looking forward to their generation. Why don't you just open it already? Pushed Lead in his displeasure. Part of him wanted to burn the briefcase before the documents were revealed, but he couldn't do that in the presence of a saintess. Israfil opened the briefcase and ran her eyes over the document on top. This is interesting. She read the document in a voice as soft as the spring breeze. Leak information to the Inquisition Bureau and make the war hardliner Chief Inquisitor Leet be the first to witness the scene of the incident. Form strong public sentiment against necromancers, inducing war between Holy Federation and Dark Alliance. Leet's fists clenched upon him hearing the exposed contents. Now that makes it clear. Heavenly Blood aimed to provoke a war between the Holy Federation and the Dark Territory. You almost got played by them as well, huh, Chief Inquisitor? Leet took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He couldn't come back and say, actually, we were just using Heavenly Blood as an excuse. Once the Saintess saw the contents for herself, the war was over. No matter how mad Leet was, as the head of the Inquisition, he was obligated to accept defeat and minimize the damage to his bureau. Israfil knew that, too, so she gave Leet a way out to wrap things up here. She wasn't going to pry into the affairs of the Inquisition Bureau. In the end. Yeah, we almost did get duped. Although he was boiling with rage internally, his best option was to accept Israfil's outstretched hand. Then you are dismissed, Chief Inquisitor. Putting her hands together in prayer with the grace of a saintess, she tilted her head slightly and smiled softly. I shall be the one to report this incident directly to the Pope. With that, Leet staggered away along with his inquisitors. His feet dragged with exhaustion, but his searing rage and frosty gaze made it clear that he would never give up. Somehow, I survived yet another day. Simon let out a sigh of relief in silence as he watched Leet and the inquisitors gradually edging out of view. Stand up, Reedy, said Israfil. Reedy, who had been kneeling the entire time, slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes sparkled as Israfil smiled benevolently and opened her arms. Israfil. Reedy rushed in and hugged her. It was impolite to act like this with a demigod, but the two seemed close. Israfil patted her on the back. I was so worried hearing that you got dragged into such a great mess, Reedy. Reedy, face buried in Israfil's arms, looked up and gave her a sour look. Were you really? Of course. When I told you that I was on a train hijacked by Heavenly Blood, you said nothing but cheer up. However, when I told you that Heavenly Blood was trying to start a war, you abandoned everything and came running over. That's because I trusted your skills, Reedy. Israfil's eyes remained closed, and she maintained her smile. Observing her, Simon thought momentarily that having such a consistent expression could sometimes be convenient. Some more time passed where Reedy whined and Israfil comforted her. If Reedy treated Anna as some kind of absolute idol and as a mother figure, she treated Israfil more like a big sister. My sweet Reedy, when will you become a saintess and play with me? Asked Israfil, pinching Reedy's cheek. Reedy replied with a smile. When you retire, Israfil. I want the essence of miracle. You speak blasphemy as if it's nothing. Makes me want to crucify you. Before I get crucified, I'll unveil all your dark history in court, Israfil. After laughing loudly, Israfil turned to Simon. Are you Reedy's colleague? Ah, yes. Nervously replied Simon. Thank you for taking care of and protecting my little Reedy. Oh, what are you talking about? I was the one taking care of him. You keep your mouth shut, Reedy. Simon smiled and bowed his head. Yes, I am indeed indebted to Reedy. It's an honor to meet a daughter of the goddess. Nice to meet you, too. Your name, please? Scar Serafino. Israfil then let go of Reedy before floating through the air and standing before Simon. Priest Scar. Yes? You. Her closed eyes opened, and a pair of black pupils resembling an abyss gazed directly into Simon. You look a lot like someone I know. Chapter 188. You look a lot like someone I know. Israfil's usual friendly demeanor had changed in an instant. Chills ran down Simon's back, and Reedy was staring in bewilderment. Simon took a quick moment to calm down before immersing himself in thought. She knows someone that looks like me? My parents? It didn't seem like she was just saying that randomly. Her voice and expression were deathly serious. She already had an answer in mind, and this was her checking it. Changing the subject or clouding the issue would clearly backfire. I feel like I have to give the perfect response. She seemed like a good person, but she was one of the 7 saintesses, the Dark Alliance's greatest enemies. Simon couldn't let his guard down. Finally, he figured out what he would say. I'm not sure who you think I look like, but... Simon decided to shove his head into the lion's gaping mouth. I'm pretty sure what you're thinking is right, Saintess. After saying that, Simon focused on her expression. He had to know if she would respond positively or negatively to what she saw in him. There was hesitation in her blinking eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she was making small noises repeatedly as if all capability to think had been shattered. She was confused about what to do. Thankfully, the small grunts and everything didn't feel negative. She was simply in conflict between what she should do and what she should say. That will do. I should never be the one to say it first. Simon closed his mouth and waited patiently for her to respond. And finally, she did. I see. She turned and stared at Reedy. The slight glare was enough to make Reedy flinch. Israfil, Enough, Reedy. No wonder why you turned down my offer to come to visit during your vacation, saying you'll be traveling far. Her eyes moved back to Simon. I'll ask you again, Priest Scar. Are you Anna's son? Israfil must have been thinking calmly. Simon bowed his head. Yes. I came here to save my mother from her illness. Simon doubted his own eyes. Israfil had stepped forward and hugged him. He froze up at the sudden display of affection. Ah. She held him for a few moments before releasing him and looking at Simon's face with tender eyes. Smile. What? Smile. Hurry, hurry. She sounded somewhat impatient. Simon wasn't sure what to do, but eventually forced a smile as best he could. Ah. Her pitch-black pupils widened with emotion. Your smile is just like Anna's, said Israfil before hugging Simon tightly again. At her words, Simon felt something in his mind, some wall of sorts, crumble away. Excuse me, but how are you related to my mom? Let's see. Closing her eyelids again, hiding the pitch-black eyes underneath, Israfil laughed softly as she stepped away from Simon. I suppose I could say I'm her stepsister. Ah. Simon smiled back. I guess that makes you my auntie, then, Israfil. At those words, Israfil flew several meters into the air and then descended back down. It was almost like she jumped in joy. Again. Say it again. Auntie? Ho ho ho. Reedy, watching this happening from a small distance away, wore a dumbfounded look on her face. I've never seen Israfil so excited. What's going on? There was a reason Reedy had kept the story about Simon a secret. If she asked Israfil to help Anna and Simon, Israfil would also be sinning against the goddess. One person sinning was already more than enough. And, most importantly, Israfil hadn't expressed her opinion regarding Anna in general. To the Holy Federation, Anna was a traitor who sided with a necromancer, abandoned her duties as a saintess, and betrayed her country. It was impolite to begin with for Reedy to ask for Israfil's opinion on Anna, her being a saintess and all. Israfil said. I've been worried, too. Relations between the Holy Federation and the Dark Alliance have been quite sour lately, and logistics have been tightly monitored. I feared that the annual supply of cures would never reach Big Sis Anna. She looked at Reedy. Priest Scar, can I think of it this way? My nephew crossed the border to get the cure, and Reedy was guiding him. It was Reedy who responded, butting in before Simon could even open his mouth. And no. I've already delivered the cure to teacher Anna. Now we have another problem. Reedy explained the situation. Israfil, after listening intently, nodded. So the essence of purification went to Sis, huh? I see. So. Israfil put her hands on her hips. You were going to go to the Tree of Life to get a key ingredient for the operation, the white leaf? That's reckless. How were you going to get it? Simon and Reedy exchanged uneasy glances. Seeing that, Israfil raised her voice. Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Come on now. Speak. She seemed to be scolding them. As Reedy hesitated, Simon spoke up instead. We were planning to travel to the Tree of Life and make a deal with its caretakers. Simon pulled out coins of the ancient empire from his pocket. We were also thinking of stealing it in case the deal failed. We're sorry. Israfil shook her head in disbelief. You youngins don't know your limits, huh? The mountain the Tree of Life has grown upon is infested with level 6 and 7 monsters. And you two students wanted to break through it? At those words, Reedy interrupted, fuming. You know how skilled I am. I can do I. You keep your mouth shut, Reedy. You'll be doing a month of fasting when you get back to Efnal after the vacation. Reedy's head hung low. There were already the 3 months of self-imposed fasting for working with a necromancer, and now there's another month from the Saintess's order. It occurred to her that she might only be eating thin rice gruel for the entire semester. Israfil turned and looked at Simon. Of course that necromancer of a brother-in-law would have worked something out. Though. Simon flinched. As an adult, I can't allow children to go to such a dangerous place. Israfil. We have to. I'll get it for you. What? When Simon responded in shock, Israfil smiled. I'm a demigod in this holy federation. There's nothing I can't do here. I'll get it, no matter what. Her words oozed trust. It was just like she said. What in this land could be impossible if a saintess herself took action? Deeply moved, Simon quickly bowed. Thank you so much, Israfil. At that, Israfil smiled again. There's a villa I paid for nearby. Let's go there. Israfil snapped her fingers, covering the 3 of them in bubbles of water. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The villa Israfil brought them to was a quiet wooden house overlooking the sea. Simon and Reedy stayed there for 2 days. They were exhausted from their travels and battles, so they spent most of their time sleeping. Upon realizing just how poor of a condition he was in, Simon knew that reaching the Tree of Life would have been difficult if they had pressed forward. After the 2 days, Israfil returned. I told you I'd get it, didn't I? She was holding a box, and when she opened it a white leaf could be seen inside, seated upon a red cushion. Surprisingly, the leaf exuded a faint divinity, and its distinctive pattern was exactly as Richard had described. Simon's hands were shaking. I never thought I'd be able to obtain this so easily. Israfil was looking at Simon expectantly. Soon, Simon smiled and said, Thank you so much, Auntie. Israfil merely smirked, but Reedy giggled knowing it was Israfil's version of squealing in delight. The 3 sat down to dinner and talked. By the way, Israfil? Yes, my child? You said you and Mom aren't blood related, right? I was wondering what your relationship is with her. Aha. Come to think of it, I didn't explain that. She wasn't really Simon's aunt. Not by blood. Originally, Israfil had been Anna's servant. Back before Anna first became a saintess. Like Reedy, an orphan with nowhere to go, Anna took Israfil in. She took pity on the girl and recognized Israfil's talent. When Anna became a saintess, she gave Israfil the vacant position of House Cross's eldest daughter, and when Anna enrolled Efnal, she personally asked the Pope to allow Israfil, who was merely a servant, to study there as well. They went to school together as best friends and graduated with outstanding grades. When Anna, the star among the stars at the time, said that, Israfil tilted her head in confusion. She had graduated second best, right behind Anna, but she was still nowhere near Anna's talent. She didn't understand it at the time, but one day, Anna was caught up in a huge incident and disappeared. Rumors had spread that she married a necromancer and renounced being a saintess. Out of respect for the theocracy and fearing that the authority of the saintesses could be diminished, Ethnal announced that Anna died in battle as a martyr. And the essence of miracle came to Israfil after she proved herself amongst many candidates. That's how things got to this point. Now I'm curious. Simon rested his chin on his hand as he listened to Israfil's story. What was it like when Mom was still a saintess? Whenever Simon was in trouble, people helped by Anna such as Reedy and Israfil kept showing up to lend a hand. Even if they were officially enemies now, they still hadn't forgotten Anna's kindness. Simon was already curious about Richard's school days as Kizan's rumored rascal and as a legion commander, but now he found himself wondering about Anna's time being a saintess at Ethnal. It's funny that a saintess is telling you this, but Israfil said while pointing at Simon with her fork. In the future, don't ever mention the name Anna to anyone in the Holy Federation or reveal your identity to them first. It was a very dangerous move. She had a point. Israfil was an oddball in the Holy Federation, and other priests were far more likely to be extreme fanatics like Chief Inquisitor Leet. If they heard the name of the traitorous Anna, they'd try to kill anyone involved with her. It's good that Reedy and I were somewhat related to her in our private lives, but you're a necromancer. If you ever encounter a priest, be on your guard and be prepared to fight and fight hard. I'm telling you this for your own good. She was telling Simon to be self-aware and identify friends and foes in the future as a necromancer. If they had met on the battlefield instead of as acquaintances of Reedy, Israfil could have killed Simon without hesitation. Of course, there was nothing to prevent that from still happening in the future. Simon nodded seriously. I'll keep that in mind. But the fact that there are people like you two gives me hope. Ho ho ho. My nephew has a way with words. Ah, what's this feeling? Reedy felt left out by Israfil only adoring Simon. Is this how he felt when I was hanging out with teacher Anna back then? I'll take this omelette if you won't. Ah. I will. Watching the two bicker with a grin, Israfil interrupted. So you're heading back to the Dark Territory tomorrow? Yes. Simon nodded, dropping the piece of omelette he held in his mouth to say. Now that we obtained the leaf, I can't wait to return and heal Mom. Yeah, I know Anna's health is the top priority. I'd be happy to prepare for you a long-range teleport. No, I can't cause you more trouble. I'll take the divine train back. Simon knew that Israfil had to travel to Sky Island tomorrow at dawn. Israfil looked at Reedy and said, Please guide him well till the end, Reedy. Yeah, I got it. She replied, pouting. Israfil laughed quietly and pushed herself up from her seat. Now, shall we all go to bed? Yeah. *****. Parting ways with Israfil, they returned to the nearest city with a station and boarded a divine train. There was nothing difficult. All they had to do now was go back the way they came. But third class? Cried Reedy. They didn't make any reservations on their way back, so all the seats for the first and second class cars were taken. If Reedy had flaunted her Ethnal uniform, she could have kicked the people in the first class into the third class and taken their seats, but neither of them wanted to do that. In the end, they decided to take a third-class car on their way back. Oh, they must be new arrivals. Welcome. Simon warmly greeted them back. Reedy just bowed with a sullen face and climbed into her bunk. There were also inquisitors on this train, and they were on high alert due to the recent train hijacking, but Simon was well trained by Methan's interrogations. He breezed through them without arousing any suspicion. Huzzah! Simon climbed into his bunk bed and pulled out a piece of paper. He was planning to write letters to each of his group mates and mail them out when he returned home. It's almost time for the start of school. Simon raised his quill with excitement. Chapter 189. Traveling on the train in third class was fun. People were sprawled comfortably in the open, and even with the complete lack of privacy, everyone didn't mind each other. It felt like it was the only cradle of freedom the Federation allowed. Simon took time out of each day to meet with people. Some resisted Ethnal or didn't believe in the goddess despite being citizens of the Federation. Of course, they pretended to be devout believers when facing the Inquisitors. Meeting all these new people naturally broadened Simon's insight. Reedy, on the other hand, wasn't used to this kind of environment and spent most of her time the first day on her bunk bed, face buried in her pillow to avoid being stared at. However, by the second day, she seemed to have gotten used to it and she started wearing more casual clothes. She made friends with a commoner girl her age, and they often hung out together. And so, after 5 days of train travel, they arrived at the station in the same town they had stopped by when they first arrived in the Federation. A lot of people bid them farewell. Even 2 of the Inquisitors on the train that Simon got close with came to him personally to shake his hand. After getting off the train, the 2 immediately went to meet the broker. They had arrived at the agreed-upon location, an old tavern, and were sipping at some water when a man in a drab robe appeared. "The confession of the wolf goes to," prompted the broker. "A foolish lamb," replied Simon. It was the very same broker who had brought them here. "Good to see you again. Preparations to return are complete. How's the situation at the border now?" asked Simon, and the broker answered as if he had been waiting for that question. "It's wonderful. The borders are more relaxed now that the biggest nuisance of the Federation, heavenly blood, has been destroyed. It's quite the strange turn of events." Simon and Reedy exchanged a glance and smiled. The 3 were now on a set schedule. "Then, we'll move on to the Dark Territory early tomorrow morning." "Yes, we're counting on you." And the journey with Reedy was over. In fact, Reedy wanted to cross over to the Dark Territory and stay at Anna's side until she healed, but Israfil had scolded her again. She issued Reedy a curfew, not as her friend but as a saintess. In the end, Reedy had to promise not to cross the border. "Should I?" Reedy said flatly as they walked back to their lodging after meeting with the broker. "Should I just ignore Israfil and cross with you?" At this seemingly impulsive idea, Simon advised. "Don't worry too much. Mom's going to be fine, and we also finished way ahead of Father's deadline. I'll make sure to send a letter across the border after the operation goes well." He had caused too much trouble for Reedy. Not once, but twice she had to go out of her way for the sake of his family. She must have her own things to do as well. Staying top of her classes must be really busy, so she would have sacrificed a lot just to make time for Anna. Simon thought that he shouldn't put her through any more trouble. "What's wrong?" Reedy was pouting in dissatisfaction, turning away upon Simon commenting on it. "It's nothing." It was getting dark. This was their last night in the Holy Federation. They slipped on their robes and stepped out into the night market. Simon remembered the first time he'd been here. It was a battlefield after Inquisitors stormed in. But on his second visit, no such thing happened. It was full of life and vibrancy, just as Simon had envisioned the night market to be. "Now, what shall I buy?" With Israfil's cooperation, the trip ended quickly and he didn't have to spend a big fortune on the white leaf, so he had some money left over. They wandered around the night market together, grabbed some food, and bought some gifts for Anna. Since Anna was living in the Dark Territory, it would be difficult for her to attain these items. He bought new, clean copies of scripture, various prayer items, and some local foods and snacks. "Let's get her some of these, too. I'm sure she'll like them." When they were picking gifts for Anna, Reedy's advice came in handy. "What's this? A medjool?" "Yeah, a medjool. They're sweet and delicious. When I was a kid, teacher Anna always made me sit on her lap and give me the ones with its pits removed." "Then doesn't that make it your favorite?" "Shut up." Simon bought a bunch of gifts for Anna and Richard and put them in his subspace. He was tempted to buy gifts for his kids and acquaintances as well, but he decided not to in case the gifts were discovered to be from the Holy Federation. Ah! Just then, a clothing store caught his eye. It was the same place where he bought the new robe he wore now. "Reedy, can you come with me for a minute?" "What? Where are we going?" Simon went inside the store with Reedy. "Oh my, you're back again, dear priest." The shop owner remembered Simon. After greeting them both warmly, she started rubbing her hands together and smacked her lips as she realized Reedy had come to buy clothes this time. A moment later, the dressing room curtain was drawn open. Ugh, for real? Reedy was wearing the same white robe that Simon had gotten. Reedy tucked her hair behind her ear in embarrassment. "You look so beautiful, customer." The shop owner let out a squeal. Simon also smiled and said, "It looks good on you." I mean, what's with you all of a sudden? It's making me uncomfortable." "You liked the outfit I got, so I'll buy you one." "No, this is expensive. This'll mean I'm matching looks with you. I'd rather hang myself than walk around the market wearing this side by side with you." Simon smiled and took off his robe. He flipped it over and turned it into a coat. When he put it back on inside out, he infused it with mana from his fingertips instead of his usual jet black. The color of the garment changed to a sweet blue. "This works, right?" Before Reedy could say anything else, Simon and the shop owner quickly finished the checkout, working like a well-matched pair. Reedy stepped out of the dressing room, flicking a strand of hair behind her ear and looking into a mirror, seemingly liking the robe. "Let's go." Simon stepped forward, his blue coat fluttering behind him. She glanced at Simon, then bowed her head. Then she said something in a faint voice before darting out the door. He couldn't really hear it, but he assumed it was some words of appreciation. "She's a cutie." The shop owner burst out laughing. Simon brought a finger to his lips to hush the shopkeeper, worrying that Reedy might hear what was said, but then he heard Reedy's voice on the other side of the door telling him to hurry up and get out. A cold wind blew outside the store. Simon and Reedy strolled through the night market, dressed in the same clothes but without matching. Simon still had plenty of money left, so he did everything he wanted to do. They looked through stalls, tried some soup dishes, and even played an arrow-throwing game to hit a target. The stall owner of that last one kicked the two of them out of the stall after they won all the prizes, making the two burst into laughter. It was a short vacation, but a lot happened. Their last stop was a famous winery in the Holy Federation. Reedy offered her glass and a toast, and Simon accepted, the two glasses clinking against each other. Yeah, a lot happened. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the lodging that dawn. It was time to go. Up early and already packed, Simon put on his coat and stepped outside. "What took you so long?" Reedy, who had stayed in the opposite room, was leaning against the wall wearing the white robe Simon had bought her. "You're up early. Didn't you drink a lot yesterday? One cast of Purify is all I need for that alcohol." Simon flashed a mischievous grin. "Can you really use your divinity for something like that? It's up to me how I use my power. Let's go. I'll send you off, at least." They stepped outside into eerily quiet city compared to its previous vibrance while the night markets were open. They walked through the deserted streets while taking in the early morning breeze. "There you are." When they arrived at the appointed location, they found the broker waiting for them. He bowed his head, gesturing to beside him where a teleport circle was being prepared. Having done it once before, Simon already knew what was going to happen. The teleport circle would take him to a warehouse near the border where he'd be placed in a box on a wagon and taken through the Gate of Divinity. Then, he'd activate the circle drawn on the floor of the box and travel to Hob, a neighboring territory to Les Hill. "I'll meet you on the other side." As before, the broker went first, stepping on the circle. Now Simon and Reedy were the only ones left in front of the magic circle. A moment of farewell. There was an awkward silence for a moment. Reedy was the first to speak. I'm counting on you with Teacher Anna. Yeah. Thank you so much for everything. She slowly pulled up the hood on her robe. Seeing Reedy's mouth twitch, Simon asked. Is there something you want to say? Her white hair swayed in the wind. I'm your greatest enemy. Yeah. We only briefly worked together because of our common goal, Teacher Anna, but our destinies have already completely diverged. I know. I'm going to be a saintess, and I'm going to do what the goddess and Ethnal tell me to. My mission shall be my priority, and I won't hesitate to kill if I have to. Yup. In the course of my missions, I'll have many encounters with Kizan. Your loved ones and your friends may die at my hands. They may. So. Her golden eyes shone from behind her hood. I'll give you one last chance. Fight me, Necromancer. Simon let out a long sigh. What's gotten into you? Shut up and give me your all. Even that prince bastard. Fight me, Pro-Pearl. I refuse. Simon shook his head. I won't hurt you. Reedy had saved Anna. The whole house was now indebted to her. Xianxia the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He had seen what kind of person she was. He knew there were good people among the saintesses, like Israfil. There's no point in expecting the worst when it won't happen. Let's do our best in Kizan and Ethnal. If the day comes when we must fight, let's fight with all we got. And let's not hate each other for it. We know who we are, we know how we lived, we know each other now. After a moment of silence, she giggled. You really are so full of yourself. I'll get going. She slowly removed her hood again. Her bangs drifted to the sides, revealing her golden eyes. Goodbye, Simon. Simon was about to step on the magic circle but paused. Then, he looked back with a smile. And now you're giving me an emotional farewell? Ugh. Ah. Shut up and get lost before I change my mind and kill you. Simon giggled and stepped on the magic circle. Their eyes met for a moment before a blinding blue light transported Simon to his next location. All that remained where Simon stood were small flecks of blue mana drifting through in the air, but they too soon disappeared. I'll never lose to you. Reedy stared at the empty air for a moment. Then, with a determined look, she tied back the hem of her robe and stepped outside. Chapter 190. Things went smoothly. Simon hid in a box on a wagon and made it safely through the Gate of Divinity. CTHnovel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Normally, there would be a cumbersome procedure where inquisitors would check goods leaving the Federation, but thankfully the Heavenly Blood incident relaxed their vigilance enough to make passing the inspection easy. After passing through the Gate of Divinity, he safely arrived at the neutral zone of the Hali Desert. Simon activated the magic circle on the bottom of the crate. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the familiar territory of Hob. He immediately boarded a carriage there and made it to Les Hill. He paid the horseman at the forked forest road where he and Reedy had first met, then set off on his own 2 feet to cross the mountain range. Everything had gone so smoothly ever since Heavenly Blood was dealt with. It almost felt too smooth. I arrived earlier than expected. Something wouldn't have happened in the meantime, right? Such worries had crept on him. After a while of frantic running, he finally got home. Ah. The house had been neatly restored while Simon was off at the Holy Federation. It was so well done that it was hard to find any traces of white flame burns. Well, it'd be a piece of cake if Father utilized his skeletons. Simon approached the door and knocked, fearing the worst. Father. It's me, Simon. Footsteps could be heard from the other side of the door, and then it creaked open. Richard stood there with his arms open, beaming. Simon. I'm glad that you're safe. The two hugged for a brief moment. I got it. The white leaf from the Tree of Life. Simon took the box containing it from his subspace and opened it carefully. Do you mind if I take a look? Of course. Richard carefully took the leaf off its pillow and examined it carefully. Then, he smiled with a sigh of relief. It's the real deal. Well done, Simon. You're going to start the operation right away, yeah? I have it all prepared. He decided to start Anna's operation that evening. Richard said Simon didn't have to see it, but he insisted. If Anna got sick the same way again, it couldn't hurt to have two people who could save her. Richard noticed a note tucked on the bottom of the box as he pulled out the white leaf in preparation for the procedure. Have you read this note? Nope. Simon didn't check the bottom of the box, being he'd been too busy protecting it ever since he received it. Richard unfolded it and read. It says, to my brother-in-law. Ah! Exclaimed Simon. It must have been written by Israfil. Richard had heard from Simon that Israfil obtained the white leaf for him. He unfolded the note. It was filled with research on the side effects of essence removal and how to combat them. The culmination of all the research she'd probably done for Anna. A smile tugged at Richard's lips. My sister-in-law probably hates me, but she's really helping me out. What does the note say? Is it really that helpful? Of course. This is the work of a divine authority far superior to me. Richard rolled up his sleeves. If this operation goes how my sister-in-law Israfil theorized, we won't have to worry about your mother getting yet another essence of the saintess. Ah. The operation was postponed. Richard stayed up until dawn looking over Israfil's research and trying to figure out how to apply it, then began the final job that morning. He created 100 pure, mana circles over her body. The way he maintained everything and performed the surgery as if it was nothing reminded Simon of how masterful a necromancer Richard was. Simon pompously tried to memorize the procedure but gave up upon seeing formulas far beyond what they teach to kids in first years. Several hours passed. How does omelette sound for dinner? Before Anna even opened her eyes, those first words had escaped her mouth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Once she did open her eyes half a moment later, she caressed Simon's cheek. Overwhelmed, Simon hugged her as tight as he could. Thank you. And I'm sorry, son. The operation was a success. Once she was awake and feeling better, Anna used her divinity to restore herself to full health, as would be expected from a first-class priest. One could scarcely believe she was in a coma just a few hours ago. A smile filled her face, and she was full of vibrant life. And as soon as she recovered, she dived headfirst into the kitchen. Richard tried to cook instead, telling Anna that she needed more rest, but after burning egg on a frying pan, he was promptly kicked out of the kitchen with a slap on the back from Anna. My inability to cook is your mother's fault, complained Richard to Simon in a whisper. An early dinner soon followed, and Simon looked at the piles of food on the table. Only then did he feel like everything had finally returned to normal. It almost was like a strange dream that he and Reedy had traveled to the Holy Federation and been hunted down by the Inquisitors. At the dinner table, Simon recounted his experiences in the Holy Federation, not mentioning everything, of course, to not make Anna worry. Anna's eyes lit up, really enjoying the story. She even applauded when she heard that Israfil appeared in a moment of danger. Israfil is an intelligent and wise child. I can't tell you the number of wars and tragedies she has prevented. I'm so glad she became a saintess. Then, Richard cleared his throat. So, Simon, now can we hear the story of what happened in Kai's? What happened after Israfil drove out the chief inquisitor? Yeah. I'm curious about that one, too. Simon let out a small laugh at the sight of Richard still surrendering to Anna's wishes. As he recounted the tales of Group 7 to his parents, he realized that he missed his friends more and more. So, do you have a girlfriend? Asked Anna, her eyes twinkling at the promise of gossip. Richard stiffened his jaw and swirled his fork in the air. Simon's in a time to aim for the top. You can get into a relationship after becoming an adult. You've seen how good Reedy is, let her inspire you to do better. Oh my, I don't think so, though, said Anna, who then looked at Simon. Mama's biggest regret to this day is never getting a boyfriend at Efnal. The elders would follow me to school and nag me about things like my looks and purity. It was horrible. Married couples were bound to take after one another, so how could they be so different even on such small matters? Once again, a subtle war of words erupted between the couple over Simon's view on love. But of course, it didn't last long. Simon, did Nephthys or any professor mention your dad's school days? Pressed Anna, obviously having a vague idea of Richard back then. Simon didn't answer out of loyalty to his father, but Anna nodded as if that was enough. She saw how bitter the smile was on Simon's face. Sensing a crisis approaching, Richard stammered out. Just 3, honey. The 3 I told you about before. Simon failed to hide his curiosity when he heard what Richard had blurted, and Anna's eyes lit up when she caught Simon's reaction. Honey, can I see you for a minute after we finish eating? Ahem. I'm tired, though. I just need a minute. Simon excused himself to wash the dishes, silently praying for Richard's well-being. ****. When Simon returned to his room after his long absence, he found a stack of letters on his desk. They were from Rick, Maylin, and Camabarez, his fellow group members. I feel bad for not being able to reply right away. Simon picked up the topmost group of envelopes, Maylin's. As expected from Maylin, the envelopes looked incredibly antique and expensive, even sealed with fine beeswax. Removing the seal and opening the first envelope to see what was on the stiff paper, he saw her pristine handwriting. She had sent 3 letters in all. To briefly summarize the 3. After reading the last letter, Simon let out a worried laugh. If he didn't reply soon, Maylin might be in a fiery rage when they returned to class. Or at least in a sulky mood. Next were Rick's letters. He had sent 7. They were very practical looking, written on plain white paper in plain white envelopes. Inside was indecipherable, cursive handwriting. To summarize, it seemed like Rick really just wanted to play. Suddenly, Simon started to worry about Rick. I wonder if he's done all his holiday homework. Finally, there were Camabara's letters. She sent 3, as well, on mauve paper in a pink envelope. Each had handmade stickers on them, adding to the cuteness. They were full of sincerity. The letters were a bit crumpled, and scrawled-out text littered what was written inside. Camabara's last letter left Simon with a hole in his heart. He felt like a douche for not being able to respond. I hope they aren't hurt or anything. Now, let's write back quickly. In addition to the letters he had written on the divine train, Simon began to write a new letter for each of them to explain why he wasn't responding. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Simon crossed the mountains and hand-delivered the letters to the postman, giving him a thankful bow. Returning to his daily life, Simon spent the remaining days practicing the basics of necromancy while aiding Richard's job as lord. Soon after, letters from all 3 arrived at the same time. When Simon read them, he saw that they all understood Simon's situation. Perhaps Camabarez was happy to have the misunderstanding cleared up. She had added more stickers to her letter. And so, as they exchanged letters, Rick wrote to everyone a proposal. Sounds like fun. It was exactly what Simon wanted. The letter made him want to see the 3 of them even more. He wrote back that he was looking forward to it. I can't wait for next week. Simon leaned back in his chair and smiled. He figured he should really start getting ready for school. Chapter 19:12 a.m. There was something eerie about the city at night. No lights, just a looming darkness. It was a side of Langerstein that only its residents knew. Tourists only thought of this place as a bustling metropolis. But this night in particular, while everyone was asleep, a hooded figure quietly took in the night view from his chair on a terrace. Yeon. A lazy voice came from behind him as if to break the immersion. There was a man holding his bulging belly, his full beard swaying as he staggered onto the terrace. The hooded man smirked, placing the cigar he was smoking between his fingers. Tired? Don't even get me started. The bearded man smacked his lips and rubbed his eyes. Making this mess by visiting so early in the morning, how could I not be tired? You've adapted well to city life. The man's gaze fell on the bearded man's bulging belly and stretched clothes. The bearded man chuckled, and he patted his stomach. It's a neighborhood full of frauds, but once you get used to it, it's all right. After all, I'd rather live a life full of drama than herd sheep on the grassy plains. Sounds like you're having fun. The man's tone expressed displeasure, contrary to his words. The bearded man yawned again. I'm sleepy, so get to the point already. I already told you that I can't find them. It's someone else today. The man tossed the stub that remained of his cigar out off the side of the building and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a photograph taken with a Mana camera. I'm looking for this boy. The bearded man's eyes blinked as he looked at the photograph. I heard he's an SA1 student being pampered by Kizan. His name is Simon Polantia. The bearded man frowned. I'm warning you, it's better to not get involved with Kizan. Especially not their students. You know what Nephthys did to Ethnal after they terrorized a bunch of first years, right? I know. The man took the photo and put it back in his pocket. Just tell me if you can find him or not. Well, even if we don't look for him, it's back to school season soon, so I'm sure he'll be he. The bearded man flinched and turned around. What's wrong? We're not alone. The bearded man walked slowly and peeked into the living room. A mouse was running around the house. He let out a sigh of relief. We're on the 3rd floor, for goodness sake. When did that thing get in here? He muttered irritably before grabbing a nearby broom. The mouse was busy nibbling on the crumbs of snacks in the house. That's right, stay still. As he lifted his broom, the rat looked back at the bearded man. Its eyes were gleaming with the insanity of a wild beast. Exclamation point. Right on cue, hundreds of pairs of eyes flashed from the shadows. Ah! The bearded man fell to the floor in panic, losing his grip on the broom. A swarm of mice began spilling forward. The hooded man jumped to his feet as well. Damn it! It's him. Yua. Aya. The bearded man tried to run back into the living room to escape the horrific swarm of mice, but his path was blocked by countless cockroaches coating the walls, floor, and ceiling. He covered his mouth and retched. Something was rising from the darkness outside the terrace. It was a person. He was standing on the edge of the terrace, upon the 3rd floor, and something indeterminable swarmed around him. Ah! Aha! The bearded man's mouth foamed in terror while the hooded man smirked and pulled a sword from his waistband. To think you'd come to me yourself. The man charged in. On his first step, red spots appeared all over his body. On the second, those red spots became terrible rashes. On the third, his hands and feet turned a sickly yellow. Finally, as he took his 4th step, he collapsed on the floor, groaning. Cuff! Cuff! The man with the sword foamed up and grunted in pain. The bearded man shivered in fear as he watched the new arrival stepping forward. What's wrong with? I mean, please spare me. Did you? The new man's lips cracked open. Did you just say Simon Polantia? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon. Are you done packing? Yeah, Mom. I'm done. In the early hours, when Simon came downstairs from his room on the 2nd floor to the living room, he found a well-ironed Kizan school uniform. Anna had washed it carefully so the enchantment on it wouldn't be ruined. He carefully picked up the uniform that was as good as new. I'm finally getting to wear this again. Search asterisk the novelfire.net asterisk website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He changed into his uniform, feeling a little touched. He felt its smooth, soft texture as he slid his legs into the dark suit pants. Next, he buckled his belt and slipped his arms into the white shirt. He buttoned it up, tied the red tie over it, and finally put on his patterned blazer. In the mirror, he saw himself in a smart-looking suit. I feel like I'm enrolling in Kizan again. As he looked at his reflection, Anna appeared from the kitchen. She skillfully placed a slice of apple pie into her son's mouth and smoothed out his tie. Then, she took a step back and clasped her hands together, pridefully gazing upon Simon in his school uniform. "Well, my boy's all grown up. Are you ready, Simon?" The door opened, and Richard walked into the house. A man in a brown robe was with him. "Who's this, father?" "He's one of Kizen's servants, sent by Nephthys herself. He has prepared a teleport circle in the yard." The servant bowed politely. "Student Simon, I have prepared a magic circle to teleport you to an outer city nearby Langerstein. From there, you can take a carriage and reach your destination within 2 hours. Ah, thank you for your service." As expected from Kizen. It was something Simon only realized during his recent trip to the Holy Federation, but teleport circles really were precious. This magic circle, freely available to every student in Kizen, was actually a device of astronomical cost, labor, and effort. Most people would die without ever being able to ride one. "Then, I'll be waiting outside." The servant stepped out, and the time to say goodbye was soon approaching. Richard put his hand on Simon's shoulder and explained what he should expect in the second semester, including what to do if the Legion was discovered by a professor or other students. Beside them, Anna was stacking up lunchboxes. Anna had packed a lunch for each member of the group, sticking a note on top with their names and a heart. She also left a short message asking them to take care of Simon and wishing them well in school. Simon took all of Richard's tips to heart, placed Anna's lunchboxes carefully in his subspace so they wouldn't fall apart, and bowed politely. "I'll be off." When he stepped out the front door, he saw the magic circle in the yard. Simon walked up to it, turning back to see Anna and Richard standing at the door. Anna couldn't hold in her tears, so Richard was hugging her gently. She leaned into him. "Be careful, Simon. You must never let your guard down in Kizen. It is not safe like home. Do everything you can to steal for your own the knowledge and know-how of the greatest necromancers of our time. Please, stay safe. Never skip your meals." Simon bowed to his parents again, then turned around and stepped onto the teleport circle. "I'm finally going back to Kizen." Simon's feet floated up in the air. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As expected, it was a pleasant teleport compared to the ones he suffered in the Holy Federation. He opened his eyes to find himself in a small rural town. It was a satellite city of sorts to support the extremely overpopulated city of Langerstein. Many coaches were lined up on a well-used dirt road, with drivers and passengers haggling over the rates. Simon waited in line, and it didn't take long for him to reach the front. "To Langerstein, please." "Yes. I'll take you there safely." The carriage departed, and Simon began working on the rest of his holiday homework. The ride took almost 2 hours, but the time flew by. He was awoken from his state of heavy concentration as he finished off a few problems by the carriage driver calling out, "Langerstein." Only then Simon did take his eyes off his homework and look out the window. Wow! Langerstein, the capital of the Dresden Kingdom and the closest port city to Rogue Island. Even though this was his second time seeing the place, he was still in awe at the sight of it. Tall buildings stood together to make a forest of urbanization, crowded carriages rushed across the paved streets, and the entire place was bustling with fervent activity. Simon's carriage stopped just inside the gate of Langerstein. "I'm sorry, but outside carriages can only go this far. The city is quite unfriendly to outsiders, you see." "All right. I'll walk the rest of the way, then. Thank you for your work." After paying for and stepping out of the carriage, Simon closed his eyes and took a deep breath, filtering out the cacophony of chatter that filled the streets. "Let's meet up with Cammy." Rick said he was busy doing something in Langerstein, and Malin said she would arrive tomorrow. It seemed quickest to meet Camaboras first. Simon climbed the sloping central road at a leisurely pace. If I remember correctly, she said she'd be waiting on Camel Road. Camel Road was a street that sold necromancer supplies. Simon remembered buying his subspace and textbooks there with Lorraine before he started school. He walked along, reminiscing. By the way, this place it's hillier than I remembered. Again, the city's sloping roads were quite steep, and he had to work up a sweat to get to the main business district. There was even a joke that those living in Langerstein can never skip leg day, even if they tried. A carriage pulled up beside Simon as he walked up the hill. Hey! Simon stopped. The carriage door cracked open, revealing a pair of shapely legs. Then, it was fully opened, revealing a woman with long, ivory hair. As Simon stood there dumbfounded, she smiled and pushed up her sunglasses. Good to see you again, Simon. Are you here to prepare for school? Serene. It was Serene Eindark, Kizen's SA2 and the official heir of the Ivory Tower. She winked and asked. Were you going somewhere? Why? Simon couldn't help but put his guard up in the presence of Serene. She moved to the side and patted the spot where she'd been sitting. Langerstein is complicated. Hop on. I'll take you where you want to go. No, there's no need for you to. What do you think you're doing? A harsh shout interrupted him, soon followed by many other voices coming from behind Serene's carriage on the road. Are you crazy? Why the hell are you stopping in the middle of the road? Looking back at the furious coachman, Serene grabbed a handful of her long ivory hair and shook her head gracefully from side to side. As her velvety hair swayed side to side, white feathers flew out of it and stuck themselves into the napes of the complaining coachman. Their anger was soon replaced with flushed cheeks, and they looked a little tipsy. Ehehe. You know, you can stop the carriage from time to time. Life is healthier when you take it easy. Simon laughed awkwardly at the men's sudden change in behavior. As the passengers in the carriages urged them to move on, the coachman got mad at them. This moment froze up traffic all over Langerstein. Are you going to keep a lady waiting? Serene smiled as she patted the empty seat again. Hey. Eventually, Simon hopped onto the carriage. Let's go, she said in a sweet voice, and the coachman flicked the reins to get the horses going. Where were you headed? She put her sunglasses back on and chuckled. Camel Road. You heard him, driver. Through the thin fabric, the silhouette of a man could be seen flicking the reins, skillfully guiding the horse's head so it would trot into a side alley. Serene stretched out her long legs, crossing one over the other, and then clasped her hands together in her lap and smiled. We're going to have another intense time at Kizen, aren't we? Let's work well together for the semester. Yeah. Thanks for the ride. No problem. So, this counts as another stamp? I'll get off. Ahaha. I'm just kidding. Simon didn't really mind, but the more Serene mentioned stamps, the more it started to bother him. That was when Serene rapped her fist on the coachman's back through the thin fabric. Hey, driver, are you really not going to say hello? You haven't seen each other for almost 2 months. Just who is he? The silhouette pulled his fabric aside, revealing a familiar face. The man had gray hair, a face full of scars, a sharp jawline, and the eyes of a wolf. The surprise of meeting him here only made the encounter more exciting for Simon. He shouted. Kajan. Chapter 192. Kajan was dressed in the typical Langerstein coachman attire, wearing a straw hat and a plain brown vest. Why are you driving the carriage, Kajan? Having said that, Simon turned to Serene. And why are the two of you together? They were a strange pair to say the least. The closest they'd ever come was a brief encounter in the battle against Sanctus Flema. Why? Are we not allowed to be together? Said Serene playfully, hugging Kajan through the thin curtain. Kajan didn't even flinch at the sudden movement, but he sternly warned. If you don't let go of me in the next 3 seconds, I'll kill you. Serene pouted at Kajan's reaction and begrudgingly released him. Kajan was one of the few people Serene's mind control didn't work on. I'm on a mission. Kajan spoke briefly, grabbing his straw hat and pressing it down. I'll be attending Kizen for the 2nd semester as well. We'll talk about it in the dorms. Kajan said what he had to say before screwing his mouth shut. but at the word mission, Simon's eyes sparkled. What kind of mission? Did something happen in Langerstein? Let me help you. Simon, chided Kajan. I'm well aware of your skills, but this mission came to me as an agent, and it's something my team will handle. You just have to prepare for school as a student. Simon didn't expect Kajan to be this cold. He stammered. But, we teamed up when hunting down Flema, didn't we? Yeah, we hunted down a saintess, but that was that, and this is this. You're a student. Don't think about getting your hands dirty with pointless matters, just focus on your studies. For some reason, Simon felt like Kajan was trying to create some distance between them. He didn't want to lose this close friendship, but what Kajan said wasn't entirely wrong, either. Serene, who had been watching from the side, chuckled softly. So cold, Mr. Coachman. She wrapped her arms around Simon's and Kajan's necks at the same time. Still, we're Kizen's great Saint Killer trio, aren't we? We could help each other out in times of need, you know. You have such a terrible naming sense. Thought Simon, and Kajan sighed as if he felt the same way. If you don't let go of me in the next 3 seconds, I'll kill you. All right. Also, I only contacted her as an informant and reference. She has nothing to do with my mission. As the three of them talked, the carriage pulled up to the front of Camel Road. I'll tell you one thing. Kajan had noticed the sullen look on Simon's face and decided to indulge him a bit. Simon's head snapped to face Kajan, his ears pricking up. Be careful of men with strange patterns painted on their bodies. What? That's all I can tell you. For security reasons. Soon, the carriage slowed, then came to a complete stop. Serene laughed and said, I'm sure that the coachman will take care of it well anyway. When are you going to meet Mei-Lin? She's supposed to arrive tomorrow. Didn't you guys, the Ivory Tower people, come together? As you already know, we're not that close. True. Their relationship was a one-sided love. Simon stepped out of the carriage and gave his farewells to them both. Thanks for the ride. Ho, you're welcome. See you at school. Kajan flicked his reins and got the horses going again. After watching the carriage until it turned a corner and went out of view, Simon started walking. Thanks to them, he reached his destination of Camel Road with little effort. The familiar golden pavement shone beneath, and around it were the grim shops for necromancers, displaying corpses, entrails, eyeballs, and any other monster part that could be sold. Search * the novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Although he was disgusted by these items his first time here, on his second visit, he found many of the ingredients quite intriguing. In particular, when he spotted the vanilla brand of a snowy knoll skeleton, he unconsciously stopped and stared. Being self-aware of the change, Simon laughed. He really was becoming a necromancer. Resisting the urge to buy one, he walked past the entrance to Camel Road and arrived at the huge, open plaza. He saw necromancers sitting on benches, chatting, enjoying their lunches, or doing business over contracts. With another look around the place, the skeletons carrying packs and the occasional skeleton horse around the place drew his summoner eye. Just as Simon figured it'd be a good idea to take a break. In front of the central fountain, he saw a girl in a Kizen uniform. The hem of her skirt fluttered in the wind and she looked back at Simon as well. Light purple hair flowed down her chest, and her big eyes melted his heart. Charming fangs were slightly visible in her smile as bright as sunshine, and the small bat wings growing on the back flapped a few times in delight. Simon! She waved vigorously. A smile tugged at the corners of Simon's lips seeing Cammy so happy to see him. Cammy! Having not seen her in 2 months, Simon was even more excited to see her. He was about to run to her when he saw a large man in black standing next to her. Who's that? Right after he thought that, the man's body scattered into a swarm of bats. As Simon paused out of surprise, the bats swarmed right in front of him and, within seconds, the man appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. Simon's body stiffened as an overwhelming aura of intimidation washed over him. The man standing right before him craned down with his thick neck, his impossibly broad shoulders looming over Simon. However, the man's body tapered toward his waist, his lower body being relatively thin. Because the figure was wrapped in a black cloak, Simon's eyes were drawn to the only part properly visible, the man's face. White eyebrows matched a white beard, his red eyes looked down on Simon, and his pointed ears looked almost round when compared to the large, sharp fangs that were clearly visible from how they shaped the man's lips. They were completely unlike Kamabura's petite fangs. This man, he's incredibly strong. Even without using jet black, his presence was enough to crush a person from just a first impression. Simon quickly bowed his head. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." He didn't even have to ask who the man was. He was with Kamabura's, he was a vampire, and there was only one such man with this much sheer power. The most powerful vampire and current vampire lord. Dietrich von Ursula. Hearing Simon's cautiously polite greeting, Dietrich's mouth twisted into a maddening smirk. "Prove it, human." "What?" "Prove your worth." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dietrich's eyes flashed, and Simon felt a tingling electric current running down his spine. He didn't know why, but it suddenly stirred a primal sense of danger. Every hair on his body stood on end. Something huge is coming. Something right next to me. Simon quickly threw himself backward. A wave of destruction stretched out, cutting through the fountain and tearing the marble walls. "Dad!" Kamabura's rushed in to stop him, but a blood-red cage fell from the sky, trapping her. "Good reactions you got there." The vampire lord cackled, his mouth tearing open into a demonic grin. An ugly, muscular arm protruded from the side of his black cloak. "More." His arm swung, and a space-bending blow ripped through the plaza. Simon shouted, dodging the attack. "I'm sorry, but I can't hurt you when we only just met, sir." "Wahaha. You? Hurt me? That's the craziest thing I've heard in a long while." Indeed, the opponent was a monster who was rumored to even be immortal. If he says so. Simon clenched his teeth and stomped his left foot on the golden floor. "Open." 6 overlord blades shot out. Dietrich simply stood there, not even moving to defend himself. The blades bent backward as they hit his cloak. "That's a funny some HM?" Simon moved in a flash of light and he appeared at Dietrich's side. His waist was twisting forward, and a leg approached from the side. "So you finally showed your fangs." "It was pretty good combat magic." Dietrich smirked and raised his arm to block. But instead of kicking him, Simon used the momentary distraction to let his foot fall so he could dash straight to Kamabura's. After slashing through the cage with the overlord's blades, Simon embraced her. Simon?" Dietrich licked his lips in delight. Not a bad judgment. He realized the difference in power and took my daughter as hostage. But for a man as strong as Dietrich, it was simple for him to deal with Simon alone while making sure Kamabura's didn't get hurt. Just as he was about to move, 2 zombies Simon had pulled out in the first overlord attack clung to the back of the vampire lord's cloak. He saw Simon's hands open for a moment before clenching into a fist. Corpse explosion. The explosion went off right behind Dietrich, and Simon fell to the ground with his arms around Kamabura's. The debris of ruined golden tiles bounced up and across Simon's back. "Ah?" Kamabura's couldn't think straight with how quickly everything was changing. Her face flushed red and her mind went blank. Simon held her close as he looked back to see what the damage was like. Sure enough, Dietrich stood there unharmed. His cloak wasn't even ruffled. Cornered, yet fighting back. His fangs flashed. "You took my daughter, not to hold her hostage, but to protect her from the explosion." "I see." Dietrich's shoulders moved up and down from his deep laughter. Maybe it was because his expectations were so low, but seeing how Simon fought was quite satisfying. He shouted, "I shall now award you the right to stand before me. Raise your head and introduce yourself properly, human." As if he'd been waiting for this, Simon politely replied, I'm Simon Polantia, from Kizan. Yes. Simon Polantia, I'll specially grant you. Kamabura's hands were curled together like a pistol. She shouted with tears in her eyes. Stop. Please, stop. You're embarrassing me in front of Simon. Dad, you're an idiot. The remains of the blood bullet splashed around. Although he was unscathed, being quite possibly immortal, it sure looked like it wounded the father's heart. Simon, finally able to step out of the tension of the moment, regained his composure. Then, he felt blood rushing to his face. What did I just do? That was insane of me. Even if he's the vampire lord, to think that I used corpse explosion on my friend's father. When his eyes met Dietrich's, he felt guilt welling up in his stomach from getting carried away in the heat of the moment. Ahem. My daughter, Kamabura's. Suddenly, the world's most powerful vampire was sweating profusely before a tiny girl. Your father needs to protect you. Don't worry. I was just testing him to see if that human can protect. I will protect myself. Kamabura's brought her hands together in front of her chest and straightened her face. And above all, you have no right to test my friend. Simon had never known that Kamabura's could be so angry. She had her moments, but they weren't memorable as anger because she would always look so cute when she pouted. But now none of that cuteness was there. Kamabura's was furious. While the two of them argued, Simon took a quick look around. The floor was cracked and the fountain was destroyed, water trickling out onto the street. However, the surrounding necromancers weren't particularly miffed. On the contrary, they were watching with curiosity after witnessing something interesting. Is that a vampire? He looks really strong. Isn't he Dietrich Ursula? Oh, no way. You think all vampires are Dietrich? They had drawn a lot of attention. Kamabura's must have noticed it because she blushed and grabbed Simon by the sleeve of his uniform. I'll be going, then. I didn't really want it, but thank you for taking me here. I'm going to stay with my friends now. She turned and walked away. Letting her pull him along, Simon looked back at Dietrich. Dietrich put 2 fingers to his eyes, a bloody look on his face. He was making it clear that he was watching. Simon bowed his head politely. There's no need for you to bow, Simon. Come on, let's go. Ah, yeah. Chapter 193. Simon and Kamabura's passed the crowded fountain plaza and entered a narrow alley. I'm so sorry, Simon. Kamabura's bowed in apologies. Simon quickly waved his hand dismissively. I am fine, really. Besides, it's not like I got hurt. Still, I'm sorry. I thought he'd control himself when there's a lot of people watching. I'm so ashamed of him. She covered her reddened face with her palms. Simon reassured. He was just being a little playful. I don't think he meant any harm. Playful? You almost just died, Simon. She said in disbelief. Well, if he really meant to kill me, I'd be lying on the ground dead, split down the middle. But there was no point in continuing this conversation. Simon pulled a paper bag out of his subspace. Would you like an ice cream bun? I bought them from a stall on the way here. What? Flustered, Kamabura's declined at first, saying now wasn't the time for a snack, but eventually gave in against Simon's enthusiasm. She took a small bite. Her eyes widened like a rabbit's. Upon taking a second bite, her brow furrowed slightly and her shoulders shook as an incredulous smile formed on her face. Ah, it's so good. Finally, her face lit up. She held the ice cream bun with both hands and devoured it. She seemed to like it very much. I guess I made it through somehow? Simon glanced back. Kamabura's didn't seem to notice, but Simon saw Dietrich's eyes flashing from a few feet away. Now, shall we go see Rick? Yeah. She smiled wide as she smeared ice cream all over her lips while finishing off the bun. When Simon wordlessly held out a handkerchief and pointed to her lips, she turned red to the nape, took it with both hands, and wiped her lips. I'll make sure to wash it and return it to you. Sure. After enjoying their snack, they walked side by side down a narrow alleyway. They had a lot to talk about, having spent nearly 2 months apart. Camabaras chattered with the speed and excitement of bird call while Simon nodded and listened intently. I think you're a really good talker. At that, Simon raised an eyebrow. I didn't really say that much, though. It just feels like it. I get nervous in front of other people, but when I'm talking to you, I feel more relaxed and can talk better. Simon didn't understand it, but it made him feel better. Well, we still have 3 more days to go before school starts, so let's talk a lot. Yeah. As she said she would before the break, she'd taken Professor Silage's recommendation and gone to an ex-student of his to learn how to control the Ursula's wild blood. Of course, the Ursula powers were best learned from the Ursula family, but although Camabaras may be a vampire in terms of blood, she was human in terms of her body. It was a whole new challenge, using the Ursula's blood as a human. This was something that couldn't be taught by an Ursula, and Silage decided that it was better to learn from a fellow human. So, how was Professor Silage's disciple? Oh, you mean the professor? He's a really nice person. I visited him rather abruptly, but he was very kind and considerate, so I settled in quickly. That's a relief. Simon nodded as if to add sincerity to his statement before crossing his arms and stating, I thought Professor Silage was going to teach you himself. From what I've heard, Professor Silage went on a secret Kizan mission during his holidays, a mission reserved for only the continent's best hemomancer. It was common for Kizan professors to go on holidays not just to rest but to fulfill their long-overdue missions. After all, they were professors and professional necromancers at the same time. So, Simon, how did you spend your holidays? Me? He went to the Holy Federation and fought against heavenly blood. Now he could use divinity freely, opening his eyes to a whole new realm known as divine undead. But he couldn't really share that. I've been doing my homework and helping Father with his territory, so I've been pretty busy with that. Lords have a lot on their plates, after all. After chatting about this and that, they left Kemmel Road and proceeded onto a busy high street with many shops. Simon pulled out Rick's letter and looked around. Simon, where's Rick? He said he's been in Langerstein since a week ago and started working part-time. I'm pretty sure it's around here. Oh. Simon's eyes widened as he scanned the storefront signs. This is it. Blue Hobbit. That's an unusual name for a store. Let's go in. As two opened the door and walked in, their eyes were immediately drawn to the packed shelves. Oh, are y'all here already? Rick, dressed in a casual apron, approached at a brisk pace. He was wearing the shop's uniform, not the Kizan school uniform. Ha ha ha. Have you guys been doing well? Smiling broadly, Rick fist bumped the two of them before clapping his hands together in greeting. Right. Now's not the time for this. My shift ends in 2 hours, so help me out. Now? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The big sale starts in 10 minutes, so get dressed. My boss says he'll pay you guys as well. Now, come on. Rick pushed Simon and Camabaras in. They had no choice but to enter the dressing room and get changed into their uniforms. I wore it because he made me wear it, but what in the world is going on? He still wore the Kizan pants, but he had a striped brown apron on top of them. He also wore a scarf tied like a tie over a gray shirt. Simon. Camabaras came out of the girls' dressing room shyly. Simon giggled. How cute. She wore the same outfit as Simon but with larger sleeves, so only her fingertips managed to reach out. The brown apron looked good on her, too. Are those the 2 part-timers who came to help? Yes, sir. Rick and a tiny middle-aged man walked over. He glanced at Simon and Camabaras and smiled with satisfaction. I'm counting on you two for the sale, please. What sale? Roger, sir. This way, guys. Rick skillfully guided them. Were you guys surprised? My bad. This is a store that sells items that apply the skills of necromancers to household items. I'm here to get ideas and do some market research. No need to apologize. But you should have told us if you would make us work like this. Haha. Life is full of surprises, after all. Cammy, take care of this spot, please. It's the dessert section. Kamiburas awkwardly took up her station. All you have to do is rip open a box of these, put them on a paper plate, and tell people to try them. Easy, right? Ah, yes. Already nervous, her legs began to tremble. Rick brought Simon across from her. You're assigned here. Simon blinked. There were racks and racks of clothes. Just stay here, get the customers to try on the clothes, and tell them it looks good on them. Easy, right? I mean, you have to tell me what kind of clothes these are before I can sell them. There's waterproof magic and a bunch of other stuff, but you just have to say it looks good on them. Ah, they're coming in. The door that Simon and Kamiburas entered wasn't the front door. Another door opened, and customers began to pour in. You will pay for this, said Simon as he adjusted his tie. A woman in her 40s looked at Simon after scanning the clothes. Excuse me. Welcome, ma'am. Would you like to try on the clothes? This product line just came in and it looks great. Simon was the type to always give his best in everything he did. Rick gave a small exclamation and a thumbs up as Simon fluently handled numerous customers. 40% off everything for 1 hour. A lot of people came in, and the best seller was. For you, ma'am, I'd recommend this brand over that one. Why so? The stern-looking woman crossed her arms. Because your skin is light, so you'll look better in these darker shades than in the pastels. CTHNovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Oh ho ho. Noble women never stopped flocking around Simon. And Kamiburas, on the other side, wasn't far behind. See, come try some strawberry chocolates. Kamiburas began to pitch the desserts nervously but eagerly. At first, she lacked any technique to draw in and entertain customers, so she just held out the chocolates and people kept on walking past. However, is this free? Yes. A customer picked up one of the chocolates and plopped it in his mouth. Immediately, he exclaimed, "That's delicious." She smiled broadly despite him not having bought anything. "Thank you." The customer immediately got charmed and bought 2 boxes. All of a sudden, people started lining up. Kamiburas also began to sell out all her inventory. Alright, the event is over. The 1-hour sale was over quickly. While the other stalls struggled to get people to buy with their high prices, Simon and Kamiburas had sold out even their reserve stock. Thank you so much. You guys were from Kizan, if I remember correctly? Please, stop by to work next time you're short on pocket money. The owner smiled broadly and handed them a sprinkle more than the typical wages. The two returned to the dressing rooms and changed back into their school uniforms. Rick, also having changed, was talking to the owner. You're so resourceful. Well, no, I guess today's success wasn't your skills, but thanks to those two. No, it's thanks to my skill of having those two as friends. Ha ha ha. Simon couldn't help but think that Rick was too shameless. Rick waved at the two as they approached. Come on, let's go. We got a party to celebrate the end of holidays. It's on me today. Wow. Kamiburas laughed, clapping her hands together. Simon said. Now, once Maylin arrives tomorrow, we'll all be together. Rick snapped his fingers. Ah, right. I've got some new information about Maylin, and it's going to blow your minds. Follow me. New information? The three walked out of the store. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The shop door opened, and a huge man in a black cloak walked in. He was so tall that the back of his head almost touched the shop's ceiling, so he had to duck slightly. The owner ran out. Welcome. The sale is over, so you'll have to pay full price if you don't minwa. The murderous glare in the huge man's eyes made the store owner fall flat on the ground. The rest of the clerks froze as well. A V-vampire? Should we call the guards? The man took a money pouch from his pocket and dropped it on the floor. Bring me all the strawberry chocolate in this shop. What? The owner looked up at him with a blank face. Dietrich solemnly said. Strawberry chocolate. After a moment of stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation, the owner continued. I am sorry, but we're all out of strawberry chocolate. How about some orange chocolate over here? At that, the man retrieved his pouch without hesitation and mourned. Unless it's strawberry chocolate, I don't need it. Dietrich stormed out of the store. A sound of bewilderment finally escaped the owner's lips as he stared at the door swinging closed. Is he crazy? Chapter 194 Inchmalin is already here? Asked Simon as he took a bite of the pudding he bought from a street vendor. Didn't Malin say she was joining us tomorrow? Rick smiled slyly, like a villain plotting something. Actually, Malin's been in Langerstein for a week already. What? You'll find out when you get there. Rick led the three to a large theater in the center of downtown Langerstein. Noblemen in suits and ladies in dresses were going in. From the sounds of the staff shouting, a play was about to begin. 3 people, said Rick, starting forward, not even entering any kind of queue. The staff boy giving tickets glanced at him. Do kids these days even watch plays? And tickets for the daytime schedule are already sold out. The ones we have here are for those who pre-booked. Rick chuckled, leaned over, and proudly pointed to the symbol on his chest. We're from Kizan. Then he turned his gaze to signal the 2 people standing behind him, Simon and Cammy. Simon sighed inwardly and roughly mimicked Rick's posture while Camabras blushed and awkwardly followed. The effect of the name Kizan was immediate. The staff member immediately started acting subserviently, rubbing his palms together and becoming extremely polite. See, can I help you with anything, guests from Kizan? Is there something wrong with our theater? Rick's smiling face instantly turned cold. Why do you ask? Is there something you're hiding? Absolutely not. Shall I call the owner right now? There's no need. We just came silently for a mission. Please don't tell your higher-ups. Why yes, sir. The 3 of them entered the theater with a free pass. A female staff member, who seemed a little nervous at the appearance of Kizan students, politely bowed before leading the 3 of them to the best VVIP seats. They were on the 2nd floor in a private room with a table in the middle. The staff asked which wine they wanted to order, but Rick declined, saying he was on a mission, and flicked his finger to point at the door. The staff quickly left. Simon said, This is an amazing seat. They had a clear view of the stage from their elevated position. Camabras looked around nervously, then brushed her skirt and modestly sat down. Can we really do this? Of course. Rick ran his hand along the armrest of his comfortable chair and crossed his legs. Aren't we in Kizan for things like this? You shouldn't waste the benefits that you have. So. Simon crossed his arms. When are you going to tell us why you brought us to the theater? Yuhi. You'll know when you see it. Now, it begins. The theater turned dark, and mana lights illuminated the stage. The curtains parted, revealing a girl with light blue hair in a white dress on stage. Simon and Camabara's jaws dropped. And Malin? Rick held his stomach and started laughing. Wahaha. You had such a fun hobby, and you're trying to keep it secret from us? Not a chance, not with my information network. Soon, Malin and a male actor appeared and began to perform enthusiastically. Stavarigo. I can't leave you, shouted Malin. You need to run, Almacarina. The army shall soon overrun this place. Even if I die, you and the child in your womb must live. Music began to flow seamlessly over the 2, who had been arguing over whether to stay or leave. I'm excited. I've never heard Malin sing before. As Simon waited with bated breath, Malin clasped her hands together and began. Hearing her singing voice for the first time, Simon felt a slight shiver run down his spine. Such a clear and clean voice. The rest of the crowd had the same reaction as Simon. Mei Lin, singing comfortably with her hands on her chest, gradually opened her arms and swayed slightly to the music. The song had passed the intro and was now moving into the rising action. Everyone was mesmerized by her voice, from Camabaras to even Rick, who was planning on teasing Mei Lin. Then, the climax. Exclamations came from the entire crowd. Her delicate but powerful vocals, delivered with a slight grimace as the notes reached the top of her vocal range, were a thing of wonder. As she continued to melt the crowd's emotions, the song came to a close. With a jet of fire appearing between the two, Mei Lin and the male actor were separated. After a moment of stunned silence, the audience gave a fierce round of applause. That was amazing. Before she knew it, Camabaras was clapping with tears in her eyes. Simon also jumped to his feet and clapped. It was the first time in his life that he had ever seen a play in such a large theater, but the most amazing thing was that the actress whose voice dominated the audience was his friend. Moreover, Mei Lin, wearing such careful makeup and an elegant dress, looked more like a proper adult than someone their age. Soon after the song ended, the play moved to 15 years later. Yaya 1. Rick didn't even hide his boredom. The story was fairly typical. Mei Lin separated from her husband, had to give birth to a daughter by herself, and raised a child who grew up wondering who her father was before going abroad. Later, she fell in love with a young foreigner who helped her, but despairs once she realizes he is actually her biological father's son. Her half-brother. I mean, why do they still continue then? In the end, the two ended up throwing themselves into the river in rejection of the prejudices and shackles of society. A sudden turn of events. Simon decided to give up on thinking about it. How unbelievable. They need to fire the theater director for this, said Rick, clicking his tongue. So the final act arrived. All the actors came out to dance and sing, Mei Lin included. And then the finale. The curtains were drawn fully open, and the lights brightened. The actors bowed their heads, and the audience, soaked in bright stage lights, all stood up and clapped. The three of them did the same. After a while, the curtains drew closed once more, and the audience started to filter out. Come on, let's go, Rick said excitedly. To where? To Mei Lin's prep room, of course. Our show is just getting started. The three of them walked out of the VVIP section and toward the actors' prep rooms. The staff told them that outsiders weren't allowed, but again, upon seeing Rick's Kizun uniform, they stepped aside. Rick walked past, his eyes quickly scanning the signs on each room until he stopped at one of them. It's here. Rick knocked slightly, and a voice from inside the room said, Come in. Rick smirked and gestured for the rest to follow. We're going in. Yeah. The three of them burst through the door. Mei Lin, who was brushing her hair neatly in front of the mirror, belatedly realized who had entered. Wah. After spacing out for a moment, her eyes widened as if they would pop out of her skull. Wah. Wah 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 what? She scrambled to her feet, her face flushed red. Why are you guys here? Simon smiled and waved. That was a good play, Mei Lin. Mei Lin's face went red as a rose in full bloom when she recognized Simon. Camabaras put her hands together, her eyes shining in astonishment. Your singing was so good, Mei Lin. Your dress is beautiful as well. Thank you, no, more than that, you crazy bastards. How did you guys find this place? Her questioning gaze turned to Rick. TSK. It was you, wasn't it? That's right. Rick dismissively flicked the air, a move he'd been pushing as his signature lately. It was a good way to bring out anger and disgust, and one of the accessories in Mei Lin's hand landed cleanly on his forehead. I want to be left alone, so get out of here, right now. Wow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After receiving more embarrassment than she could bear, Mei Lin ordered them to leave, but they weren't really the type to listen. Simon was sitting on the couch, munching on the snacks, and Camabarez had come up behind Maylin and was fiddling with her dress. Maylin covered her face with her hands, then glanced between her fingers at Simon. Did you see it? See what? My acting. I did. From beginning to end. Angstver. An incomprehensible sound left her mouth and she buried her face between her knees. Rick was busy laughing at her, and Simon spoke softly as if to soothe her. What are you so embarrassed about? You acted and sang well. It's completely different if somebody I know sees it. Maylin fanned her face to cool herself off. By the way, Maylin, how did you get into such a fancy play? Asked Camabarez, and Maylin told them the truth. She was always interested in theater. She often went to watch plays and loved to sing as a hobby. The problem came when Serene recently came to her while they were training in the Ivory Tower during the holidays. They got into a fight and made a deal that they'd compete in elemental dark magic. Serene placed her title of heir to the Ivory Tower as her bet. Said Maylin, scratching the back of her neck. Simon, listening to the story, silently laughed. He could see the picture in his head. She must have accepted it blindly. It was Serene's condition that I join the theater and play as an actor myself if I lost. Oh. And you got completely destroyed, I see? Yeah. But not as much as I'll destroy your mouth if you keep talking. Rick shut up at once. She covered her face with her hands again. But Serene, that fox. She somehow managed to get a big theater gig in Langerstein and got my name on the list of actors. Ugh, honestly. Well, you looked like you had a lot of fun on stage for something you were forced to do. Said Simon with a smile. Maylin blushed and stuck her tongue out in reply. But I loved it. You were stunning, Maylin, and your voice was so angelic I almost thought that the goddess might be real. Thanks, Cammy. You're the only one I have. Those two just want to make fun of me. Then Rick hugged himself in an overly exaggerated motion and bemoaned in an awkward feminine voice. Staverigo. I can't leave you. Die. Held Maylin, throwing everything she could get her hands on. Rick chuckled and ran away. Ugh, honestly. Now he's gonna tease me about that for the entire semester. I didn't want him to find this out, no matter what. Ha ha ha. The four of them shared a hearty laugh and exchanged stories. Maylin removed her makeup, changed into her more comfortable school uniform, and stepped out of the prep room. But the Almacarina role was slightly off for you, Maylin. She's the heroine's mom. Maylin giggled, being reminded of her own thoughts on the matter. It was hella weird. The director is out of his mind, casting someone in her 30s as the daughter. Well, it can't be helped. Someone with good acting skills and fame should be the main character in this industry. Oh, my daughter. Ludogormi, my heart is breaking apart. I think I need to break you apart. Ack. My bangs. Not the bangs. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Outside the prep rooms, where four were chatting wildly. There was a girl with platinum hair. She was leaning against the wall by the door, waving a rustling feather. She giggled before pushing herself upright. A staff member with a feather tucked into his nape brought 2 cups of tea on a tray, looking completely charmed. The girl, Serene, smiled and lifted her teacup. The staff member then walked past her to the side, up to another figure standing by the door. It's on the lady over there. It was a huge man wrapped in a black cloak. The man's face stiffened at the kid's words. Get lost. At Dietrich's bloodlust, the feathered boy fell to the ground. His pants were drenched, whether from the tea on the tray or something else. Or both. What a waste. Search asterisk the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Said Serene, sipping her tea gracefully. Do you also have a business with them? Remember, human. Dietrich's eyes flashed red. If you use your filthy power against my daughter, that will be the day the ivory tower falls. Yeah. Serene shrugged. You do know that an adult interfering in a kid's fight doesn't look that good, right? To think that the vampire lord is a fool for his daughter. Are you trying to claim you're one of those kids? First of all, I'm still 17, so. The two of them stared each other down, but they were soon interrupted by the door bursting open. Come on. Now that the gang is finally back together, let's go grab a drink, shouted Rick. Malin and Camabaras followed, and Simon, the last to come out, closed the door behind them. Simon? Camabaras stopped walking, looking back at Simon. He was staring at the floor. He could see a feather and a large footprint on the floor. He smiled quietly and looked back up. It's nothing. Let's go. Chapter 195 Xianxia. This is where we're staying for the next 2 days, exclaimed Rick, spreading his arms wide. The place the four arrived at was at the top of the central clock tower in downtown Langerstein. Simon, Camabaras, and Malin all looked stunned. There was lodging in a place like this? Right there in the ceiling above them was the clock tower's famous fluorescent clock. The empty space in the building was converted into a hotel room. Half of the space was filled with beds and furniture, and the other half was a large balcony with a table for dining. The four walked out onto the balcony. Wuxia. The spectacular night view of Langerstein was but a step away from where they would be sleeping. Camabaras jumped up and down with excitement. You're really amazing, Rick, to find a place like this. Hee hee. Rick crossed his arms and boasted. I can get things done when I have to. Don't you guys think it's worth it getting a place like this for working a couple of hours? Yeah, it really is great. As Simon admired the night view, Malin was busily pulling out oiled papers and glue next to him. She had purchased them at a stall before going up. Other than that, better get ready already. The Thousand Lights starts in half an hour. Do we really have to participate? Of course. A must-see tourist attraction in Langerstein was the Thousand Lights ceremony, where people released lanterns every night at 8 p.m. Simon had seen it with Lorraine when they first came to Langerstein. However, Simon was somewhat bored by the whole thing. Rick even curled up in his bed after a few minutes of watching, saying he was feeling cold. Malin blurted. Hey! Aren't you supposed to no matter what do this lantern thing when you come here? Why did we even come to Langerstein if we aren't doing this? That's right. The girls eagerly began folding lanterns. Malin, I don't think you're supposed to glue this part. Oops. I made a mistake. We need to throw this sheet out. But it didn't seem as easy as they thought. Being unable to remain a mere spectator, Simon approached, sat down, folded a sheet of paper, and began to construct the frame of the lantern. Camabaras clapped a little, exclaiming. So amazing. You're just good at everything, Simon. He even managed to restore what Malin had ruined. She pouted in embarrassment. Gosh. If you knew how to make these, you could have helped us earlier. Haha, I don't really. I just made them the last time I went here with Lorraine, so I guess my body still remembers it. At that, Malin and Camabaras both flinched. When? Why with her? Simon, his attention mostly on making the lanterns, casually replied. She was the one who helped me buy my textbooks and supplies the day before I enrolled in Kizan. It was my first time leaving my hometown and I didn't know anything, so she helped a lot. Have you known each other for a long time? That was the first time we met. The two glanced at Simon with odd expressions. Phew. Rick, who was rolling on the bed with a drink in hand, insensitively interrupted. Isn't that for couples? It must be nice. Going out with Nephthys' daughter would make your life so eas. Hey. Malin shot him a cold look. It was the kind of glare that she usually gave before hitting Rick, so he flinched reflexively. Huh? Why? Are you the only one with a mouth here? There are 3 more people here, so get 3 more drinks. Hoo-hoo. You give me too much work. Rick made a pitiful gesture and went to the kitchen. In the meantime, Simon, who couldn't leave things half done, got to work making lanterns and completed 4 of them. Ah! Look! People are gathering at the lookout. Camabaras pointed to the hill. Lots of tourists and couples had climbed to the central lookout, but some were also on hillsides and rooftops of tall buildings, preparing to release their lanterns. Ours will fly highest, said Malin in excitement. Whether they were on the lookout or a hill, the highest place in the city was the clock tower they were in. Now then, I'll light them up. They decided to release 1 lantern each. Malin, Cammy, and begrudgingly Rick held up their lanterns, and Simon lit them with a candle. Lastly, he lit his own lantern, holding it with the edge of his hand to not burn himself. It's starting. Beautifully glowing crimson lanterns began to soar into the night sky from all corners of the city. At the highest point, Simon and his group waited a bit for the other lanterns to arrive. Now. The 4 released their lanterns simultaneously on Malin's signal. The lanterns from the clock tower were the first to ascend into the sky, and the rest of the shards of light joined them, bathing the city in a beautiful glow. Looking at the flying lanterns, the 4 each lightly made a wish. I wish that the 4 of us can still wear our Kizan uniforms by the end of the 2nd semester. Simon made his wish and opened his eyes. Then, he gazed at the feast of flame that brightened the night sky like the Milky Way. It's so pretty, murmured Malin. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Camabaras, who had never seen the 1,000 lights before, looked touched. Rick smirked and tapped Simon lightly on his shoulder. How is it for you? Simon flatly replied. Your 200 silvers are exploding in the sky. Wahaha. Rick laughed so great he had to hold his stomach. Malin looked at Simon utterly unamused, but Camabaras smiled a little, covering her mouth with one hand so Malin would see. Right. 200 silver for a piece of paper is too expensive. Don't you guys have dreams or anything? It's sickening. After watching the lanterns for a while, the 4 sat down at the table on the spacious terrace and opened a bottle of wine. Simon also pulled out the lunches Anna had packed for them. Everyone was genuinely touched by the delicious food packed into the small containers alongside Anna's thoughtful notes. Needless to say, the food was great. Simon, please give your mom all of my thanks and more. I'll bow down in whichever direction your mom is. The 3 of them exchanged stories over good wine and food. They had done a lot over the past 2 months. Everyone laughed heartily as they eagerly recounted their adventures. By the way, Simon, you're being oddly quiet about your holidays, probed Rick. Well, I was busy helping my father with the territory, you see. TSK, so you were just mucking around during your precious holidays. Simon smiled, knowing that all 3 of them would flip out if they heard he'd gone to the Holy Federation. And so, night fell. Asterisk. And there. Simon had picked up Camabaras, who fell asleep on the floor, and brought her to the girls' room. Malin was sleeping carelessly in her school uniform. She had kicked off her blankets again. Simon carefully laid Camabaras down next to her and pulled the blankets up. Looking at them both sound asleep, he quietly closed the door and left. Hoo, I've drunk too much. And Rick, who but a moment before had claimed he was fine, wobbled and fell to the floor with a thud. Simon giggled. You drank 3 glasses. 3 glasses is a lot of liquor. Simon scooped Rick up and dragged him to the single bed. Then, he stretched his arms as he stepped out onto the terrace. The cool night breeze sobered him. Simon leaned back on the terrace wall. He looked down at the darkness of Langerstein. No 1,000 lights, no torches coming from any shops, just pitch black. Is there anything you want to say, sir? At those words, a black figure landed on the terrace. It squatted on the terrace floor before then staring at Simon. When did you figure it out? Since we started flying the lanterns. Dietrich, the vampire lord, smirked. I've wasted too much time. I have to leave Langerstein now. Yeah. Leave Cammy to M. Camabarez is a defective product. Simon's face stiffened at that. She has no place in vampire society, a place where strength and power are the only virtues. Both in power and heart. What kind of parent calls their own child defective? You brat. He grinned with his teeth, intentionally flashing his frighteningly sharp fangs. I'm the vampire lord. As the leader of an entire clan, I cannot show personal affection, even to my own child. But you seem to care a lot about Cammy. Because she's a product of my karma. His gaze swept over the dark Langerstein. Everyone thinks they're the good guys, the trailblazers, but history repeats itself. The world always follows the laws of nature. His voice became deep, filled with both remorse and something subtler that Simon could not place. Defeated by a momentary primal urge, I made love to a human woman, and she had my baby. But carrying a vampire's child was a trial no human body could have endured. Bearing a vampire child kills the human mother. There was not one exception. Even knowing that, the two mingled. I lost the woman I loved more than anything for it. And she gave birth to Cammy not as a complete vampire, but as a defective one. I experienced failure for the first time then. It's all a result of my karma. Deep regret glimmered in his eyes. Then let me ask you the other way around. Meeting and loving Cammy's mother, said Simon, wistfully gazing into the darkness. Would you really call that a failure? Sar the novel, at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The vampire lord replied. No. Then that settles it. Simon smiled. Things don't always work out the way they're supposed to, or the way you're told they should, or as planned. I don't think your actions were ever a single impulsive mistake, but rather following a certain inevitability to meet Cammy. Bwahahahaha. Dietrich laughed loudly. Simon flinched and looked behind him. Fortunately, no one was awakened by the laughter. Says the kid who can't even live a quarter of my life. But it was a simple thought, so it had a light flavor to it. Dietrich's cloak fluttered through the air as he brought it fully around himself. Please take good care of my daughter. Yes, sir. Leave it to me. With those words, Dietrich's body scattered into countless bats and disappeared into the night sky. Simon's brave smile relaxed, and he sighed in relief. His presence alone as I was so nervous. Simon also turned and walked back into his room. Asterisk. The next morning. There was only one day left until the first day of school. They thought today would be full of fun. But everything changed when Malin attacked Rick's holiday homework. You crazy bastard. You barely did any of your homework. Rick began to sweat at Malin's shouting and stammered out the excuse. I was planning on doing it with you guys now. Planning to do it with us? More like, please help me. This won't do. You guys, pull out all your homework, too. Because of him, Simon and Camabarez, who were sound asleep, were forced to get their homework checked. Camabarez did better than Rick, but she had been concentrating on her personal training, so there were some parts missing. And while Simon was somewhat doing fine, his written assignments in all subjects bar summoning were poor. Wow, just wow. The leader of Group 7 rubbed her forehead, then rubbed her temples. The other three stood in front of Malin, walking on eggshells. Yeah, let's just waste our time watching the thousand lights, sipping wine, and getting a fancy place with a view of the city at night. Fumed Malin, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She glanced over the three of them coldly. At this rate, we're going to have the lowest marks and be behind as soon as we return to Kizan. Especially you, Rick. You'll be going on an eternal holiday. Don't you know Professor Jane's personality? You already forgot after being on a break for only 2 months. Rick forced a smile and gathered his hands in a pleading gesture. Now, you're getting carried away. Just calm down. I get it that I should be scolded, but at least let me know why. Why? Did you seriously ask me why? She pulled out the hemomancy assignment from Rick's homework. Discuss the downside to the caster when casting the hemomancy spell Cataporet. This is Rick's answer. She gritted her teeth. Caster will get dizzy when their body loses blood. You think this is an appropriate answer, you crazy bastard? I mean, it's hemomancy. I'm technically not Ro. Malin immediately threw the stacks of assignments directly at Rick's face, sending him stumbling back. I'm actually gonna go insane. I can't believe I almost trusted these groupmates and was about to spend my second semester with them. Group classes would continue in the second semester as well. If other members of the group were to drop out of Kizun due to poor grades or other factors that prevented them from focusing on the group tasks, the ones who suffered would be the remaining members of the group. Camabaraz clasped her hands together and smiled, trying to calm her down. Malin. Shut up, Cammy. You're not getting any nice words this time. Realizing it didn't work, Camabaraz tensed up. Simon forced a smile and asked. Mine's decent, right? You guys are all the same. You won't lay a single step outside this building until you've done all this today. Shouted Malin as she slammed the mangled assignments down on the table. Redo them. Right now. Yes, ma'am. The three of them immediately picked up their quills and began their homework. All the while, Rick gave an optimistic thumbs up and said, This is the moment that proves homework should be crammed. Shall I prove gravity to you by throwing you off the clock tower? Rick's head snapped back down to his homework immediately. Chapter 196. Since waking up in the morning, Simon and the others hadn't eaten even a crumb, being too busy working on their homework. Kizun's assignments required the students to write a unique response to objective questions by giving each student different variables, meaning looking at other people's homework didn't help much. Still, with Malin's active help, Simon and Camabaraz somehow managed to get on top of things. The problem was Rick. Ms. Malin. Stammered Rick. Before anyone knew it, the way he addressed Malin had changed. What is it, you damned commoner? It was the same for Malin. She crossed her arms and observed Rick's work with a cold face. Being humans as we are, can we at least have some food? Did you do your assignment like this because you're a human? No. Calling someone as moronic as you even an animal would be an insult to amoebas. Kuhu. His guilt made it so he couldn't win with words. It was a complete reversal from what happened back in the theater, back when Rick was able to tease Malin. Simon was working on his mechanics of jet black assignment, thinking he should finish his own homework faster and help Rick. As Simon wrote, his letters started to become faint. Looking at his quill, he saw that there was no ink left in it and the nib was dull from too much writing. The inkpot was empty, as well. Simon glanced over. Malin was sitting cross-legged, glaring at Rick with frightening eyes. Malin? Yeah? Malin's voice was a little softer when she was talking to Simon, perhaps because he was on track to actually finish. Encouraged by this, Simon asked. Do you mind if I go out and get a new quill and some ink? I'll pick up some food as well on the way back. At the mention of food, Rick looked up from his homework and gave a thumbs up. Malin sighed. I may be your group leader, but I'm not your mom. Do as you wish. I'll go with him. Camabaraz raised her hand from beside him. This time, Rick mouthed, Don't leave me here, and looked pleadingly at Camabaraz. But she was too focused on Malin to notice. I'm quite uncertain about you, Cammy. Can you finish it all today? Yes, I promise. With Malin's permission, the two left the clock tower together and walked out into downtown Langerstein. Phew, it's good to get the body moving, said Simon, taking in a deep breath. Camabaraz smiled a little. Malin was being so scary. Simon nodded in agreement. Still, she's spending her time for us, so I feel a little bad. Let's pick up some of Malin's favorite foods on our way back. Okay. Simon walked side by side with her through the streets of Langerstein. It was quite a complicated, maze-like city. You could enter one alley and exit four others, all of them cluttered with signs. Shall we head to Camel Road first? Since we're going to buy a quill and something to eat, don't you think we should go to the shopping district rather than Camel Road? Ah, that would be nice. Simon scanned his memory for directions before taking a left on the upcoming intersection. As he walked through the labyrinthine streets of Langerstein, he realized how unusual the layout of the buildings was. Wherever there was a house, the house next door was built like an extension of it. There was no regularity, and people were using other people's walls as their own or invading other people's yards to build a house. They were stacked in a haphazard fashion, as if the kids had a house-building contest with blocks. Did you know? One of the top 10 mysteries in the Dresden Kingdom is the average rent in Langerstein. At that, Simon couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, but it does seem expensive. I wonder if the high price of land is why the houses are so close together. No. There's a reason the buildings are like this. Long ago, a dragon who lived in the nearby mountains burned down the entire city. Back then, the kingdom's admin was messed up, and private property and real estate were measured by the house, not the land itself. She laughed lightly as she tried to say what happened as a result of that system. When Langerstein was destroyed, no one owned any of the land, so people just started building big and wide. It became a crazy fad, and competition sparked. So that's how the cityscape was created. That's amazing. How do you know that story? Kamaburas grinned. Professor told me. Oh, the one who taught you hemomancy over the holidays, right? Yeah. The two wandered the streets of Langerstein like leisurely tourists, slowly looking for a place that sold quills. But unlike them, the locals in Langerstein were rather tense. Everyone was talking in hushed tones and wore serious expressions. Is something wrong? Breaking news, breaking news. A vendor selling regional newspapers was waving and shouting. Gentlemen in suits were seen paying for the newspaper. Cammy, just a sec. Simon ran up and bought a copy for himself. When he unfolded it, he saw a gruesome picture of a dead body on the front page. While walking back to Kamaburas, Simon scanned the articles in detail. He'd been hearing various rumors that for the past week or so there's been a mass murderer on the loose or that the city has suddenly become infested with rats and bugs. It had been bothering him the whole time, and it looked like the residents were even more troubled by this. Kajan's mission would be on this, huh? Simon. Kamaburas approached, smiling broadly. What are you looking at so seriously? It's the Langerstein newspaper. Someone's dead, apparently. Oh really? When Kamaburas stepped to the side and tried to read the paper, Simon slightly covered the photo with his palm. Question mark. She looked up at him in curiosity. Oh, this. I covered it up because the picture is quite graphic. Was it unnecessary? Ah. She jumped back, slightly startled. That was a close call. I can get some bad nightmares from what I see. Thank you, Simon. No problem. She smiled softly as she watched Simon fold away the newspaper and place it in his subspace. Simon really is so sweet. Looks like something is happening in the city. Simon summarized it for her. The victims died of a series of unidentified illnesses. According to alchemy experts, graduated poisonous alchemy students from Kazanthi weren't poisoned. That's kind of scary. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The loud shushing from their side startled Kamaburas, making her jump into Simon's arms. Wow, that startled me. Sir, the novelfire.net asterisk website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon was genuinely surprised, too. When he calmed his heaving heart and turned to look, he saw an old woman on crutches. Half her face was grotesquely contorted, and she glared at them through cloudy eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of, it's all just righteous judgment. The spirit of disease has descended. The spirit of disease? The shady fools shall die at the hands of this disease. Ha ha ha. Just then, a gaunt man cleaning the front of a tavern opposite them yawned. You guys are travelers, right? Ignore that old lady. She's famous in Langerstein for her bullshit. This incident has nothing to do with things like the spirit of disease. What's the big deal about 5 people dying in Langerstein? Literally 10 people a day get killed from gangs clashing. Then, what is it? The man smiled in satisfaction at Simon's interest. Are you curious? Well, don't faint on me when I tell you. This is a political stunt by the kingdom to distract the people. Do they think I won't know they're trying to draw everyone's attention to this so they can pass their corrupt policies without the news saying a word? The man sweeping the ground shouted, "Not a chance, you bastards," and the old woman began murmuring strange incantations. "Let's go, Cammy," muttered Simon as he escorted Camabarez away. "Don't mind then. They're weird." Ah, yes. This was the problem with going into an alley. Simon led them out onto a slightly wider boulevard. Now they could see out into the open and hear the chatter of travelers. It was interesting to see how the atmosphere could change so drastically when moving so few streets across. Big cities aren't really my thing after all. Simon smiled bitterly, and Camabarez pointed to a sign. "Simon, I can see Hampton Road now." Hampton Road was the heart of Langerstein. It was a large shopping complex that had been dubbed the Street of Youth. The two followed the signs. Found one. Before reaching Hampton Road, they spotted a quill shop. "Shall we buy the new quills there? They'll get more expensive the closer we get to the city center." "Sure." It was as the two were walking with quick steps toward their first destination. A jingling bell sounded, and 2 men were coming out of the same store they were headed to. Simon stopped. Someone more troublesome and unwelcome than a spirit of disease or an anti-kingdom bogeyman had appeared. Out of everyone, why him and why here? Judging by his fiery personality, he'd be 100% up for a fight. He didn't want to bump into that guy, so he turned away as naturally as he could. "Cammy, wait." "Yeah?" He grabbed her wrist and steered themselves unobtrusively toward a side alley. What's wrong? Simon Polantia. He came to a screeching halt. To think that the man would notice him so quickly. Simon sighed softly to himself and looked back. Hector. It was Hector Moore, a first-year student in the same class as Simon. One of the boys from his faction walked beside him. Hector began to smile. That was enough to make Simon realize he'd met him at a really bad time. It wasn't the middle of the semester, and this was a completely off-campus area, not on the Kizan campus or even Roke Island. There were no faculty or staff to intervene in a dispute between Kizan students. "I figured you'd be in Langerstein, too. But to meet you here like this." Hector stomped down on the ground and balled up his fists, pointing one of them at Simon. "I've been waiting for this moment all holidays. Fight me, Simon Polantia." "Cammy," whispered Simon quietly enough for only her to hear. "Let's run." "What?" He immediately grabbed Camabarez and jumped off the ground using jet black on both feet. In the blink of an eye, he had covered dozens of meters by running across roofs so fast he was almost flying. Camabarez's scream of surprise was accompanied by the sound of people pointing and shouting in the street. He definitely wouldn't listen. Hector's fighting spirit was already on the verge of exploding, maybe because of how long it had been since they'd seen each other. It would be pointless for Simon to try talking him out of it. The best thing to do with a mad dog is avoid it. Simon. Camabarez, who was in Simon's arms, pointed at the sky. "Look up!" Exclamation point. When Simon turned to look, he saw Hector with the wings of a corpse dragon dropping from the sky. He held his elbow out, ready to slam right into Simon. Simon quickly raised an arm to guard himself. Simon was flung off the building, falling somewhere in the streets and crashing into a shack. Kook. Stuck in a crater formed around him, Simon groaned in pain. Thanks to his school uniform, he was unharmed, but his whole body ached from the impact. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Hector, who had landed on the floor, strode over. "Stand up, Simon." he pompously stated. "Take this opportunity to fight me properly." Camabares jumped to her feet and ran between them with her arms wide open. Hector's eyebrows twitched. "Get out of the way. Are you out of your mind? Attacking a person in the middle of the street?" She raised her voice even more, despite her legs shaking in fear as Hector loomed over her. Kizan students have a duty to maintain their dignity outside of school. "You're nothing but a bully," Hector coldly replied. "I won't warn you twice. Get out of my way. I'm not interested in the small fry. If you really want to fight Simon." Her eyes turned red, and the wings on her back grew larger. She bit her own thumb, drawing what became a fountain of blood that spun violently around her body. "You'll have to face me first. Cammy?" She was a completely different person. Simon, who had recovered from the impact and sat back up, immediately fell back down in shock as he saw Cammy. "Whoa, you." Hector was just as surprised. But his grin grew even wider. "You got pretty interesting since I saw you last, huh?" Chapter 197. Hector crouched down like a professional sprinter preparing to run. It was a rather unusual stance for fighting, but it would let him lunge forward immediately without any preparation. Eyes turning a deep crimson, Camabares didn't back down and activated Bloody Wind. "Cammy." It was then that Simon grabbed her shoulder. He was back on his feet. "I'll deal with him." "Ah, Simon. But you were hurt, you should just rest." "I've recovered from the shock. Besides, Hector is picking a fight with me, so it's only right that I deal with him. Whoever deals with me, you better decide soon." The jet black overflowing from Hector began to drip onto the floor. "I'm going in." Hector charged in. The ground shook, flinging up dust as he moved so fast he disappeared. Simon immediately leaped in front of Camabares, crossing his arms in front of himself to block. Hector's fist stopped in front of her. Simon had blocked it with his crossed arms. "Kook." Simon was dripping with sweat, and Hector was calmly smiling. "You should have done this early." Simon's waist twisted and his leg shot up. Hector pulled his head back in surprise, and a flash of darkness barely missed his chin. His combat dark magic is great as usual." Hector backed away momentarily. Simon lowered his leg and let out a slight sigh. "Do we really have to do this here?" The sound of a loud fight had drawn spectators from all over the alley. "You do realize that attacking someone like this is unheard of, right?" "We're Kizan, Simon." Hector extended out his arm and opened a subspace. "When we want to fight, we fight. No one can stop us." Skeletons rushed out of his subspace. "Observe. The fruits of my holiday labors." Hector swung his arm wildly. The skeletons' bodies collapsed into a multitude of bones which started to merge into countless lengthy spears. "That's bone spear." Simon dodged by quickly kicking off the floor. The bone spear pierced into the dirt where Simon was just standing. "Hector is using restoration techniques?" Bone spears rained down from the air and Simon was forced on the defensive, only barely dodging each one. "Kuahahaha." Hector swung his left hand this time. Several skeletons poured out of his subspace, clinging to his feet and fists. Simon's eyes widened in horror. Localized bone armor for boots and gauntlets. Hector hadn't done well in his summoning class in the first semester. He had studied in advance in all his subjects, but restoration was a field he had struggled with. But now, he was using the restoration skills freely enough to put them into use. "I didn't get any proper sleep over the holidays. This is the product of my blood, sweat, and tears." The ground where Hector was standing began to crack. "Now taste what it's like to be felled by your oh-so-great summoning skills." Hector dashed at Simon with explosive force. Simon quickly opened his subspace and brought his arms to it. Bones clung on. Hector's attack held the strength of a grizzly bear. Clearly, Simon wouldn't be strong enough to block it. If that's the case, Simon issued an absolute order. The bones in his right arm flared with dark blue mana, and the two boys' bone gauntlets clashed in the center. The violent collision scattered litter, logs, and any small animals unlucky enough to be even vaguely close to the blast. The throng of spectators screamed and covered their faces. Dodging Hector's brutal swings with simple combat techniques, Simon pointed his right arm toward his subspace again. Additional parts clung on the top of the gauntlet. First was a disc made of bones, then bullets and a muzzle. Bone armor, handgun. Hector's eyebrows twitched. A new skill? Parrying a blow coming from the side, Simon pointed the muzzle at Hector's forehead and pulled the trigger. Hector barely caught the bone bullet in his left hand. Just when I thought I caught up with you, you pull out another freaking skill. Hector backed away, rage in his eyes. No longer forced on the defense, Simon unleashed the firepower of his handgun. A hail of bullets turned the shack behind Hector into Swiss cheese. However, Hector dodged them all and used the moment where Simon reloaded to reach toward the pile of bones behind him. Bone spear. The bones flung themselves into position, forming spears that poured down on Simon. This time, Simon didn't have the momentum needed to weave around the spears, being stuck shooting in place, so he threw his body to the side to dodge. As he hit the ground, he finished reloading, but Hector's onslaught continued like heavy rain. Simon spun the central disc to get the internal mechanism moving and aimed at Hector. Projectiles fired by both of them filled the air and blotted out the sun. Wow. So this is a fight between necromancers. Awesome. Without the two realizing, the spectators were also getting worked up. They were shouting and cheering for the side they wanted to win. Hey, look over here. Some Kizans are fighting. While all the onlookers shouted in excitement, Camabares was the only one with her hands clasped together in fear as she watched Simon. The two men collided in the center and were equally pushed back. Hector was dripping with sweat. Why won't he go down? He won't let me get a single clean hit. I want to win. I want to beat that bastard's face into the ground. As Hector stomped his foot, the remains of the 24 skeletons he had used so far floated into the air. I'll beat you and prove that my blood-soaked effort was worthwhile. I'll prove my honor, both to this world and to myself. He swung his arm, and a swarm of spears fell towards Simon, leaving no room to dodge. I can see why Hector is so obsessed with fighting me. Simon brought his right foot to the ground, also sending up the bones of all the skeletons he had used. He then gathered the bones in front of him. Actually, I could just lose once and it'd make my school life a little easier, but... Simon moved his hands like a conductor's batons as he felt his heart pounding in determination. I never want to lose a fight. The bones gathered closest to him piled up one after another, forming an expansive barrier. Bone wall. The bone spears raining down were blocked by the wall, bouncing off in all directions. Finally realizing what was going on, the spectators yelled in fright and ran out of the way of the flying bones. What's the commotion? Sir the Nefire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even Langerstein's guards had joined in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The excited onlookers flinched at the sight of the guards, either backing away or turning and running. Langerstein's guards were notorious for their excessive use of force. What kind of crazy bastards are making a scene in broad daylight? The guards pushed their ways through the crowd. But it wasn't a gang, residents, or tourists who were fighting in the street. Two boys in Kizan uniforms were fighting fiercely, their red ties whipping through the air. The guards, who had stepped in so confidently, all looked bewildered. It was Kizan? Just then, an old woman pushed through the onlookers, grabbed a guard's arm, and shook him violently. Oh my, please stop them. Our shop's back there. Humph. You see, Kizan isn't under our jurisdiction, so. Another guard walked up to the first and said to him. And maybe you could try asking them nicely? You know, like, please stop fighting. You do it, you crazy bastard. Even the guards were busy arguing. Pardon me. A man suddenly strolled past them. The guards warned him it was dangerous, but he kept walking. The two boys collided once more, being pushed backward. Thanks to their Kizan uniforms, they were unharmed, but their jet black was starting to deplete. So was their stamina. Simon Xianxia. Hector opened his arms wide in preparation. At first, he was just planning to exchange a few blows before stopping, but he had changed his mind. From the subspace that opened all around him, the scales of a corpse dragon poured out and began to cover his body. His legs and torso transformed into the image of a dragon in an instant. I can't wait for the duel evaluation where I can show my skill on the big stage. But first, I'll crush him here and go on with the second semester. He opened his mouth and shot out a stream of jet-black breath. The fire and resulting explosion scattered the screaming spectators as they finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The flames quickly spread to buildings, engulfing them. And in the center of the explosion, metallic blades coiled like a snake covered Simon. Hector smirked. So you finally brought out that summon. Be warned, I may not be able to control myself from now on. The tentacles made a gap, showing Simon's fierce eyes. Are you going to continue? Of course. The corpse dragon's wings passed through holes in Hector's back piece, unfurling to their full size. Let's end this here, Simon Xianxia. Both of them rushed at each other simultaneously. Hector's dragon claws and Simon's bone-armored fists slashed through the air. Exclamation point. Both of their arms were grabbed by a single person at the same time. With tremendous force, they were pulled by their arms in different directions, crossing past each other as they were flipped over in midair. Simon's eyes widened. He saw a red bubble floating above him. This is... There was an explosion of blood, and the two boys' bodies smashed into the tiles. The brown-haired man who had subdued them in an instant stood with his arms crossed in the center. He wore a brown suit the same shade as his hair and carried a briefcase in his left hand. You cannot do this here. The man adjusted his monocle. His voice was very calm and gentle, soothing those who heard it. We have not yet begun schooling, so I would like for you to behave yourselves. Kook. Hector looked up, his face covered in shattered tile. Who are you to interrupt a duel between Kizans? It was then that Cammy rushed over, covering her mouth in surprise. Professor? Oh. It's been a while, Camabarez. He said with a soft smile. Simon's eyes widened. Is that the professor that Camabarez went to over the holidays? Simon was racking his brain trying to make sense of the situation, but Hector gnashed his teeth and jumped to his feet. Who are you? In lieu of my master, Silage, who is away on an important mission, it would appear that I will be teaching hemomancy for a semester. The man smiled. My name is Walter Hahn, and I shall be your hemomancy professor. Pleased to meet you. A new professor in hemomancy? Simon, Hector, and even Camabarez looked surprised. Professor? How did you? Not just a substitute for Silage, but a full-time professor of hemomancy for an entire semester? An external interview must have already been conducted to secure Walter's position. However, I am not yet a professor. I must reach Roke Island to receive my tenure to become one. He had passed the Kizan interview, but he was currently still a regular necromancer. But once he traveled to Roke Island and faced Nephthys, he'd be a fully fledged Kizan professor and wield immense power. Simon thought. Not yet a professor, huh? How odd. Hector slowly got up from the ground on shaking legs. Chapter 198. As Hector scrambled to his feet, Walter asked with a gentle smile. What is the matter? He carried a soft charisma. There was no aggression in Walter's smile, but there was a deep sense of unmistakable authority. Standing up on shaking legs, Hector mumbled something about a Kizan professor and such. There was a myriad of conflicts behind his eyes, but eventually, he regained his composure. I'm terribly sorry for causing a scene, Professor. As expected. I knew he'd act like this. Simon let out an internal sigh of relief. Hector had a reputation among the students for being unapologetically unruly, But he had a good reputation with the staff and other adults for being stoic and reserved. It was because he was actually quite clever, not just academically but socially. I am not yet a professor in Kizan, though. Walter scratched the side of his head in embarrassment. Hector added, I'll let the Moore family take care of the aftermath. If you are to punish me when I return to Kizan, I'll accept whatever you decide. With that, Hector turned and trudged away. Simon silently watched him go. What distinguished Hector from the other fiery students like SA-10 Malcolm and 3rd Prince Andre was that he knew when to tuck his tail. Realizing that the fight was over, the spectators quickly dispersed. Walter and Camabaras were chatting lively. On the floor, there was a golden fountain pen that looked very expensive. Simon bent down and picked it up. How am I supposed to read this again? The fountain pen was inscribed with a single word in beautiful cursive. Judah? That sounds like a person's name, but whose is it? Suddenly, Simon felt every single hair on his body stand on end. Walter, who had been so sweet and gentle with the students, was suddenly glaring at Simon with the eyes of a terrible monster. Thank you. I must have dropped it in the commotion. He held out his hand, and Simon politely bowed and returned the fountain pen. As Walter took the pen, he asked in a quiet voice. Did you see it? What does he mean? The word Judas on the fountain pen, or that unsettling and scary look in his eyes? Simon replied. I believe this fountain pen was a gift to you, Professor. Why do you say that? Because it says Judah on it. I believe it's customary to inscribe one's own name on a luxury pen like this. After saying that, Simon observed Walter's reaction. But the man merely smiled. It belongs to the deceased. I inherited it. Oh, I see. My apologies. Putting the fountain pen back into an inner pocket on his suit, Walter offered his hand. Mister, what was your name again? Simon shook his hand and answered. It's Simon Polantia, sir. You're a smart man, and I wish you well in your future endeavors. The two men shook hands and smiled at each other. Camabaras looked at them proudly. Professor, he's in the same group as me. Indeed. He is that boy you spoke of, right? Oh, Professor. Camabaras blushed. Walter's gaze shifted to Simon. I have heard a lot about you from Master Silage. He let me take over the research on your blood, SM1, so you can begin your hemomancy training normally in the 2nd semester. I look forward to it. Simon nodded. Other than that. Simon looked down. When is he going to let my hand go? The handshake had ended, and Simon tried to let go of the professor's hand, but Walter held on. It may be been a little rude, but Simon wrenched his hand out of the man's grasp with a burst of strength. He casually bent down and pretended to tie his shoelaces. My apologies for being so clumsy in front of you, Professor. Your laces are untied. I see. There is no issue with that. After all, you had been fighting so hard that. Just then, Camabaras butted in. Professor. Simon wasn't trying to fight. He was just. No need to worry. I will not discipline him for something that happened before I am a professor. With that, Walter offered his hand again, this time toward Camabaras. Do you have a place to sleep? Come to our lodging. I wish to discuss the Ursula blood issue in more detail. At that, Camabaras gently grabbed the hem of Simon's robe. Thanks for the invitation, but it's okay. I'll be staying with my groupmates. I see. Walter lowered his hand and smiled wistfully. Then, I shall see you both in Kizan. But be careful, the city has been a bit peculiar as of late. Yep. See you in Kizan. Take care, Professor. Walter waved to them both, then turned and walked away. Simon, who had been keeping his head down, glanced up. So that was the new hemomancy professor who will be replacing Silage. Judas, why do I feel like I've seen that name recently? What's wrong, Simon? Oh, no, I'm just thinking random stuff. Malin must be waiting. Let's go buy some quills. Yes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk 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 cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The two returned to the clock tower after purchasing the quills, ink, and a bunch of food for lunch. Cammy came hopping into the living room with a shopping basket in hand, but... Huh? Where did the two of them go? What's wrong? Asked Simon while changing into his indoor shoes. I can't find Malin and Rick. In the kitchen, Simon put down the small meal he was about to eat and went to the bathroom. It was unlocked. No one was there, either. Maybe they just went to get some air after doing some homework? Looks like it. Exhausted from fighting Hector, Simon flopped down on the plush couch. He finally had time to catch some breath. Cammy, seeing that, said, "Why don't you get some rest? I'll prepare lunch before the two of them come back." "No, I'll help." Simon got up from the couch again. As he stood up, Simon's gaze accidentally flashed across the ground. Then, he stopped. Frowning slightly, he knelt down and slowly swept his hand across the floor. Dirt and faint muddy footprints. People would have changed into indoor shoes in this lodging, yet there was dirt. He began to examine the floor carefully. There were traces of muddy footprints being forcefully erased. But it looked like whoever left them didn't have enough time to erase everything. What reason could Malin and Rick have to erase their footprints? Besides, they had put on indoor shoes after waking up. The trail of erased footprints led to the terrace. Simon stepped out onto it and took a careful look around. One side of the railing of the terrace had its dust displaced, making it slightly different to the rest of the railing. It was as if someone had hung a rope or something on it. "Simon?" Camabarez, realizing something was off, came out onto the terrace as well. "You have a scary look on your face. What's wrong?" "I think." Simon looked at Camabarez with a stiff face. "I think someone broke in." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dim lighting, humid air, and a musty room. Malin sighed heavily. Ugh. She had been captured. Trying to get up from where she was seated, she discovered that she couldn't move at all. Her arms were tied behind her back onto her iron chair, and her legs were secured by rope. This gave her déjà vu of Deathland. Her pent-up rage started to bubble to the surface. "Ugh, this sucks," she shouted, causing the men around her to flinch. Whether they saw it or not, she gritted her teeth in frustration. "I could have beat them all by myself." After Simon and Camabarez went out, Malin was petering Rick to do his homework. Rick had started studying outside on the terrace, saying it was too stuffy inside, until Malin suddenly heard him screaming. Malin freaked out and ran to the terrace, but it was too late. The buff men had broken in using ropes, and Rick had been knocked out despite his Kizan uniform. A skirmish ensued. Malin single-handedly knocked out 8 of the unidentified men, but when the intruders stripped Rick of his protective uniform and held a sword to his throat, she had no choice but to surrender. Eventually, they were dragged to this unknown location. If it wasn't for that dumbass. Her gaze darted downward. There was Rick, also tied up, wriggling on the floor like a caterpillar. He was rambling on about random stuff, seemingly poisoned by something. It was quite pathetic. Be rest assured. It is neurological poison, but he will recover an hour or two with no side effect. Someone with a heavy continental accent filled the silence. As Malin looked up from her chair, she saw a man walking toward her from the darkness. It was the same man who had subdued Rick. "Who are you people?" shouted Malin. "How dare you kidnap Kizan students? Where did you come from, a town out in the boonies? Or do you need me to screw your heads back on straight?" Several men flinched, but they were stopped by the man in front of Malin. Like the other men around him, he was topless and had a strange pattern across his chest. But his frame was monstrously large, his torso was more colorfully patterned, and he wore a full lion's hide on his head. Malin figured he must be their leader. "My name is Wuxia Wahamlata, and we're Hoopa clan." "Hoopa, Ringa, or whatever, I don't care. Untie me." "I'm sorry, but I cannot grant that request." Wuxia looked down at her completely unfazed. "Prepare." At his words, men carrying a strange red cloth approached from the darkness. Wuxia took it from them and raised it above Malin. "This won't take long." Malin squeezed her eyes shut. "Please, Simon, come quickly." Asterisk. Simon and Camabares were frantically running through the streets. They had received a report from tourists who were passing by the clock tower when it happened. A group of large men wearing robes were exiting the clock tower in large groups. Rick and Malin must have been kidnapped by them. "Just what in the world is going on?" said Camabares, on the verge of tears. "I have no idea. They had no motive or location. There were too many possibilities. What did I miss?" Simon paused to piece together the information he had learned since coming to the city. To start off, the kidnappers had broken the unwritten rule deeply printed into every citizen of Dark Territory that they should not touch Kizan students. It was likely that the kidnappers weren't Langerstein residents, but outsiders. I hate to think about it, but the worst-case scenario is that a fanatical priest could be hiding out in the city. Another important piece of information. Simon recalled what Kajan had said. He wasn't the type to just say things randomly. Why did he tell me to watch out for men with patterns on their bodies? Could they be the weird men who came out of the clock tower? As Simon pieced that together. Maybe. Camabare's voice shook as she presented a new possibility. "That story in the newspaper. You think today has something to do with the killer that all of Langerstein is talking about?" "Beats me." Simon couldn't be sure, but that theory was a little odd. Simon opened his subspace and pulled out the newspaper he had bought before. The scene of the crime on the front page was straightforward. A wall had been smashed in, and a man lay dead in the middle of the street. The crime would look almost accidental if it weren't for the brutality of the murder. No effort was made by the killer to cover their tracks. But the men who had taken the two group members were different. They climbed up to the clock tower, kidnapped Rick and Malin, and left little trace of their arrival. The two cases didn't really mesh well. Ah. Simon's eyes widened as he looked at the newspaper photo of the murder scene. Upon closer inspection, he could see a dizzying array of painted patterns on the victim's chest. "Don't tell me." Simon stopped dead in his tracks. "Simon? Give me a minute, Cammy." Simon darted into a nearby general store and grabbed the last few days' worth of Langerstein's local newspapers. All of them had similar mysterious murder scenes on the front page. My guess was right. Despite the differences in size and color, all the victims had that strange pattern painted on their bodies. The killer wasn't some kind of mass-murdering lunatic. The killer's only been targeting those with patterns on their bodies. Kajan's warning to be careful was directed at the men with patterns on their bodies, not the crazy murderer. This definitely lent weight to the theory that those were the men who kidnapped Rick and Malin. But who were they? Why were they killed? More importantly, why did they kidnap his group members? What are they up to? I guess I'll have to find Kajan first. But finding Kajan in this vast and complex city was like finding a needle in a haystack. Also, he was probably chasing those men right now, so there was no point in trying to find him first. Okay, then what would be the best move? Chapter 199. This won't take long. Wuxia, the chief of the criminals who had kidnapped Malanth Hoopa clan, held the red cloth over her head. Malin squeezed her eyes shut. Then, after a few seconds of nothing happening, she opened her eyes again. She thought Wuxia was going to strangle her or blindfold her, but instead, the cloth settled over her shoulders and fell down her chest. That was when she belatedly realized it was just an apron with a carrot character on it against a red background. Suddenly, a table was pushed in front of her. A large, sizzling turkey roast was placed on it, and other fried dishes and a mushroom soup were put around it. I order you untie her. As Wuxia spoke, a buff man came up behind Mei Lin and undid the ropes binding her wrists. However, the ropes around her legs and waist weren't untied. Before she knew it, Rick Wuxia from the neurological poison had been seated in another chair, and food was being served on a plate in front of him. Please enjoy. The men all bowed down in greeting, and the mood instantly flipped. The unfamiliar but clear sound of foreign flutes and drums, seemingly traditional instruments of the Hoopa clan, played in the background, and two shirtless men fanned her with leaves from either side. Mei Lin was frozen out of sheer confusion before then flying off the handle. What is the meaning of this? We have only one condition, said Wuxia. I just want you all to stay here for a single day. No more. We won't harm you or threaten your safety anymore. Our methods may be clumsy, but we will do our best to make you all safe during your stay. Mei Lin burst out laughing at his nonsense. This smells so strongly of bullshit even rats would barf. Whether you're feeding or fanning us, this is still clearly a kidnapping. Did you really think you could keep people locked up like this and get away with it? I know. Wuxia nodded and approached. Mei Lin looked away, disgusted by how his muscles flexed and made his bare nipples twitch. We have kidnapped Kizan student, so the punishment is ours. But I have set our demands. Unless you try to flee, we will not be threat to your safety. Mei Lin crossed her arms, still clearly cynical and cold, but she decided to keep talking. Let's hear it. Why do you want to keep us here? Wuxia gestured to the tables in front her. I will answer that question, but first, why not eat? The food will be cold. In the distance, two muscular men in red aprons were standing over pots and stirring their ladles. Then, they looked up at Mei Lin and gave her a thumbs up. We did our best to preppa. Die in a hole, perverts. At Mei Lin's icy reply, the two cooks were crestfallen. One of them was almost sobbing. Wuxia mourned. Yura and Hake have fragile heart. That's none of my business. And why should I put anything made by those nipple-bearing perverts in my mouth when it could be poisoned? If we were going to poison you, we would have force-fed you like we did your friend. But we did not. I don't care what you say. I'm not taking a single bite. Gah. This is so embarrassing. Why now, out of all times? Wuxia gave a meaningful smile. I believe you haven't eaten anything since you wake up. Ugh. Her face twisted in frustration and embarrassment. Again, we are not scum who play with food. Also, this will go straight to trash if you do not eat. Your decision. Mei Lin went deep into thought. Of course, I don't have to eat the food the kidnappers prepared me. No, but this is just me throwing a tantrum. If they were going to poison or drug me, they would have done it a long time ago, as they said. I don't really have a choice here, seeing as I'm being held hostage. It's best to play nice here, pretend to be cooperative, and then take them by surprise when they're off guard. This is all strategy. I'm not doing this because I'm hungry. Having made up her mind, Mei Lin picked up her fork. Then, she took a small portion of the massive turkey dish in front of her. Her fork easily nestled itself into the tender meat, releasing a symphony of juices locked inside. She carefully raised the fork to her mouth and took a bite. Exclamation point. Her eyes widened. Damn it, this hurts my pride, but it's damn delicious. It tastes like the barbecue Professor Hong Fong cooked in the first semester. Her fork shook slightly in her grip and she wordlessly took another piece. Wuxia nodded. I'm happy you enjoy. Shut up. But it is actually delicious. At that, the two aproned men high-fived in visible delight. Wuxia also smiled approvingly. Yura and Hake are weak to compliments. I don't want to know such things. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day was getting darker. Simon and Camabaras were running through the streets. Let's split up and look for them. It'll be faster that way. Camabaras nodded at Simon's suggestion. Alright. But how do we let each other know when we find them? Give me a moment. Simon opened his subspace and pulled out the lantern-making sets they'd bought yesterday. There were still 2 more left, having been bought as spares in case they messed up. Making the lantern was a breeze, as he had done it many times already. After quickly completing 2 lanterns, Simon gave one to Camabarez. We've got a little while before the 1,000 lights start, so whoever finds them lights the lantern first, and... The next thing Simon pulled out from his pocket was a music box. The idea came from using a music box as a way to attract zombies in Deathland, but Rick modified a few to be even better for that purpose, being louder and easier for zombies to locate. He'd given one to everyone when they were drinking the day before, bragging that it was his magnum opus. Whoever finds the kidnappers first will send up their lantern and hang the music box from it so the other notices. Sure. Then, the 2 of them split up and searched every corner of Langerstein, asking around for clues. There were so many robed men walking around suspiciously, yet so few witnesses. They must not be far from the clock tower. But because no one saw where they went, they must be somewhere both deserted and hidden. Simon began to explore, focusing on the narrow, labyrinthine alleyways. Oh, that old lady is. As he turned into an alleyway filled with rundown shacks, he saw a familiar old woman with white eyes and with half her face grotesquely distorted. It was the same old woman who blabbered about the spirit of disease when he was with Camabarez the other day. She was lying on the ground face down, muttering something. Simon walked over. Excuse me? She mumbled something strange, then jerked her head up toward Simon. No rats. What? No rats can be found in the city. Nor bugs, nor crows. Nothing. Simon squatted down. Where did they go? They answered the spirit of disease's call. She mumbled before suddenly raising her voice. The spirit is furious. Tonight, another person shall die in this city. You mean there will be another murder like those? Asked Simon, his voice grim. Do you know where I can find this spirit of disease? The spirit is. As she was about to answer, something moved in the corner of her eye, making her shut her mouth in fright. Deep hums came from every direction, overpowering every other sound in the midday alleyway. Then, the sound was broken by a cacophony of skittering feet. From every corner of the alleyway swarmed countless bugs, dyeing the floor black. It's here. It's here. The spirit is here. The old woman ran into her shack, slamming the door shut. Simon, having nowhere to run, just stood in place. Soon, the swarm of bugs scurried toward him before passing him by in a flash. Ah! They approached with tremendous force. He was worried that they would climb up onto him, but they filtered around his feet and continued to someplace else. Simon followed the bugs at some distance. Where are they going? The bugs were getting further and further away into the narrow, dark alleys. Then, Simon turned his head in surprise. A nearby wall burst open, and a wave of black rats came crashing out. They lifted Simon up with them, flowing like a stream of water. With unbelievable speed, the swarm of rats carrying Simon sent him flying down the maze of alleyways before throwing him off at some strange destination. Ta-da! Simon stuck the landing unharmed, and the rats scattered before disappearing. He looked around. He was in the deepest parts of the city's downtown in a space filled with semi-underground buildings. The specific building he found himself in front of was a bar. Are they telling me to come in? Simon braced himself and pushed open the door. Excuse-moi. The smell of alcohol stung his nose. Several drunken people were sprawled out in a mess. A man who appeared to be the bar's owner was also sprawled out with a grimace on his face. The only one sitting upright in the center of the room. Simon saw a woman holding an entire keg in just one hand, chugging the contents. He could see her throat glugging down what had to be gallons of some strong drink, yet she was just casually seated with her legs kicked up on the table in front of her. Who is that? Simon thought he'd already met the weirdest people in the world by attending Kizan, but this person easily took the cake. Her grayish-brown hair was tangled and spiky like a hedgehog, and her ears poking out from that hair were similar in shape to a cat's ears. She wore rags in a way that vaguely resembled clothing. A myriad of cloths were haphazardly chucked over her body and bandaged together, each visibly covered in dirt and stains. Her skin was no better. What is this person? And how long has it been since she last washed? Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She looked more like a wild beast than a civilized person, like a baby raised by wolves in a fairy tale. A wild person in the truest sense. But the room wasn't flooded with the stench of someone so filthy. Instead, the smell of dangerous chemicals pierced Simon's nose. Seeing Simon gawking at the entrance, the woman said, "You're..." She grinned as she emptied the keg and set it on the floor. Her teeth were jagged like a shark's. "Simon Polantia, right? She knows who I am." Simon's heart was pounding from nerves as he replied. "And who are you?" "Be a man. Are you supposed to answer a question with a question?" She held out her hand, and soon a crow swooped down, dropping a bottle of liquor from the bar into her open hand. She popped the cork with ease and guzzled the contents down. After emptying the bottle, she smeared her hand across her mouth and gave a happy sigh. "Now that I look at her." Simon narrowed his eyes. "She looks kind of like someone I know. Anyway, you're a first-year Kizan student, right?" "Ah, yeah. That's right." She giggled, resting her arms on the armrests of her chair. "Then, do you know about Hongfeng? I'm her twin sister." Simon's eyes widened. No wonder why they looked alike. Their auras, the way they dressed and spoke, their accents, and the tan on their skin were completely different. However, the underlying features like facial structure and eye color were the same. She was almost like a bestial version of Hongfeng. But what brings you here, Miss Feng?" "My name is Belaya Tunsokum Merat." Her shark teeth flashed as she opened her mouth. "I guess there's nothing left to hide. I'm Kizan's new professor of poisonous alchemy." Chapter 200 Belaya Tunsokum Merat. A woman with a similar name, height, and appearance to Hongfeng. But everything else was different. Hongfeng may be clearly been a foreigner, but she carried the majesty and grace of a Kizan professor. Simon's first impression of the woman in front of him was that she was more beast than man. But to think that she's the new professor of poisonous alchemy. The replacement of the hemomancy professor was abrupt, but the arrival of the new poisonous alchemy professor was bound to happen. Even then, giving her of all people the professor of poisonous alchemy position felt like the significantly more unexpected change. "Speaking of which, I have an offer." She leaned forward and licked her lips. The saliva pooled on her tongue wasn't transparent, but a light shade of green, similar to that of grass. A few droplets fell on the table, and they all sizzled as they carved small holes into the wood. "Special admission number 1. Kiddo. Become my direct disciple." "What?" Simon's face was full of questions. "What's with this sudden development? May I ask why I?" "There is no why." She giggled before opening her arms to the sky. "I'm going to be the best, now that I'm in Kizan. I'll be so high that Hongfeng won't even be able to crane her neck to look up to me. That's why I'm choosing you first." She raised a finger. "You're special admission number 1, and I will bring the rest of them under me, numbers 2 and 3. As she said that, she raised 2 more fingers. A look of unadulterated confidence filled her face. "To call yourself a top professor, shouldn't one at least have those under you? Does she mean to make Serene and Chattel major in poisonous alchemy as well?" Simon didn't understand what form of madness she was afflicted by, but he remained respectful by bowing his head and responding. "If that's the reason, I'll have to decline." "Haha." Enraged, she kicked up one of her legs until it went completely vertical before slamming it back down on the table. Simon continued. "I don't know who you are, I've never taken your classes, and I don't know what I'm supposed to learn from you. If I'm simply being used as a tool to fulfill your ambitions, that's not a good enough reason for me to join. I said it as clearly as I could. I hope she understands. Then let's have a fight right here, right now. If I win, you'll join me. She didn't get it at all. Why, you aren't serious, right? Is it a little unfair? Then I won't use my bad arm. I refuse. I won't use both arms, nor my legs. It's not a matter of difficulty. I don't want to duel you in the first place. It's as they say, you can't argue with stupid. This was Simon's first time dealing with someone like this, so he was a little dumbfounded. But he had higher priorities. Simon broke away from Belia's pushing and said, "On a different note, there's something else I'd like to ask you, Professor." He pulled a newspaper from his pocket and laid down on the table Belia was sitting at. "You know this dead person in this newspaper, don't you?" "Uh-huh. I killed him." The answer was so blunt that it left Simon speechless for a moment. Belia chuckled and popped the cork on a new bottle. "What, are you trying to interrogate a professor like me, brat?" "Oh, right, you can. I'm not a Kizan professor yet. I get my official title tomorrow." She seemed to be in the same position as Walter. But that wasn't important to him. "Earlier today, my friends, who were also Kizan students, were kidnapped. I don't know why it happened, but this group is the prime suspect, so I'm after them. Those are Hoopa clan idiots." "Hoopa clan?" Simon reacted quickly, processing the new information. "What are they like? And how do you know them?" "They're a tribe who fought against mine in the grasslands. We often quarreled back then." She smirked. "They want my head." "Ah. They even followed me to this city. They've tried to kill me so ruthlessly that I decided to give them a taste of their own medicine." An uneasy thought flashed through Simon's mind. "Do you know where the Hoopa clan is, Professor?" "I don't give a shit about them. And they don't know where I am either." Their heads snapped up at a sudden flapping of wings. They saw a flock of birds flying low over the open roof, indiscriminately dropping flyers attached to their feet. Some of them landed in the bar the two were in. Simon looked at the flyers. Exclamation point. His eyes flashed with anger. The picture taken by the magic camera showed Maylin tied to a chair, both blindfolded and gagged. Rick could be seen behind her. "What's this?" Belia also picked up one. "It says we're holding Kizan students hostage. Belia Tunsokum Merat must give up her position as Kizan professor and return to the Lion Rock in the grasslands alone by tomorrow night, or else their lives are forfeit." Bwahahaha. She was howling with laughter. "These guys are playing dirty now, huh?" However, Simon was deathly serious. Could it be that they kidnapped the two just to drag out Belia, the soon-to-be professor of poisonous alchemy? Just what kind of grudge do they have against her for them to resort to such extreme measures? "So that's how you want to play." She trudged over to the chair and crossed her legs. Her eyes flashed. "Find them." The rats and bugs hiding in the bar scattered in all directions, and crows gathered on the roof took to the skies. The power to control animals. It was an ability of the Druid clan, which was said to be completely extinct. Hong Feng had also demonstrated her power over hippos in class. In any case, the only thing Simon could trust in here was Belia's searching abilities. "Professor, what kind of grudge does the Hoopa clan have with you that made them involve innocents like my friends?" "What, are you blaming me?" "No, I'm just curious." She brought out a new drink and held it in her hand. "You see. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The chief of the Hoopa clan, Wuxia, unblindfolded Maylin. Her blue eyes blazed with anger and humiliation. "I'm sorry for making you take pictures like this." "So," began Maylin, barely containing her irritation. "You're going to use our lives to lure that soon-to-be professor of poisonous alchemy?" "Yeah." Belia was a wandering vagabond, and Wuxia and his Hoopa clan had been after her for years, seeking bloody vengeance. Then something happened that would turn their world upside down. Kizan contacted Belaya and offered her the position of the new professor of poisonous alchemy. Being a professor in Kizan was one of the most untouchable jobs within the Dark Alliance. If she left for Roke Island with that power and authority behind her, the Hoopa clan's bloody vengeance would be finished. No, it wouldn't be finished. Her retribution would begin. Wuxia gnashed his teeth. I've heard Kizan professors have control over headquarters Necromancer. If she sent even a few of them, the grasslands ecosystem would collapse and our clan would be wiped out. Hoopa's survival is at stake. So that's why you're going to stop her from becoming professor in Kizan and kill her? Malin laughed, her eyes full of venom. That's ridiculous. If you're so afraid of someone who has a bad history with you gaining power, just round up your entire clan, go to her, and beg for forgiveness. Give up on revenge once and for all. We can't give up on revenge. Just as we can't kneel before her. Oh, by the way. Interrupted Rick, sitting across from them. His eyes were back to their normal glare, so he seemed to have mostly recovered from the poison. Why are you so obsessed with revenge? What kind of grudge do you hold against that Belaya? Wuxia's face stiffened. A subordinate behind him stammered out an excuse, saying the reason was unimportant, but Wuxia shook his head and stated. On the grasslands, us Hoopa clan and Belaya's Merat clan were enemies. Our nomadic lifestyles and overlapping territories led to many conflict, and I suppose it was inevitable that warriors would die. But... His eyes reddened. Belaya broke taboo. What? Not only did she kill warriors in battle, but she entered villages and slaughtered the women and children. Ah. Wuxia, trembling with rage, bowed his head. Among those victims was my wife. I can never forgive her. I swear to destroy Belaya Tun Sokum Merat by my own hand, alone if needed. Rick was speechless, but he still managed to roll his eyes. Malin just got even angrier. Then take your revenge and settle it among yourselves. Why are you doing this to us, who have nothing to do with this? We're sorry about that. Malin suddenly flinched and stopped. She was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking, and then her expression went cold. Mister, answer me properly. All right. If Belaya doesn't comply with your demands and goes to Roke Island, what will you do? Belaya didn't know Malin or Rick, especially not by face. It was entirely possible that she'd ignore them and go straight to Roke Island. But Wuxia shook his head in denial. That won't happen. Belaya has high pride. She'll be furious that we threaten her students, so she'll accept our challenge. I'm asking hypothetically. What if she doesn't comply with your demands? As Wuxia remained silent, Malin plunged the proverbial knife deeper. You seem to hold a pretty deep grudge. Will you just shrug it off and return to the grasslands? You can't bring yourself to say that, can you? After a moment of silence, he replied. If that is to happen, I think our approach should change. After that dismissive response, Wuxia turned and walked away. Malin became certain. The Hoopa clan could never be trusted. She should have known that from the moment they kidnapped Rick and herself for their own purposes, whether it was revenge or even something more savory. I have to get out of here on my own somehow. But in the back, Rick was already laughing uproariously, cracking jokes with the other Hoopa clan members. How nice to be carefree. You don't even know what kind of fate awaits us tomorrow. Angry, Malin leaned forward slightly on the chair she was sitting in, then pushed back with all her might, slamming her head into the back of Rick's. Ack. Why did you hit me? No reason. Get a grip. She could feel her frustration bubbling up, but she couldn't let it surface. For now, she had to pretend to do what they said and find a way out. And above all, I'm sure Simon will find us. The Hoopa clan's biggest mistake was kidnapping Malin and Rick, not Simon and Camabarez. Her hands, tied to the chair, twitched. Search *thennovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The moment to strike back would surely come. She had to be ready for it. Looking toward the ceiling, feeling the binds on her body, Malin somehow felt a sense of déjà vu again. Won't come, right? Payan. An absolute being who had even fought a saintess one-on-one. He always showed up whenever she was in danger. His identity was unknown, but Malin was certain that Payan was a Kizan official. If he's strong enough to fight a saintess, he couldn't be a student. Could he be one of the assistant teachers or a professor? Or a member of the inspectorate? Maybe a crow sent from headquarters? Realizing that she was starting to spiral in her speculations, she moved on to think. I don't know if he'll really come, but it's okay to be a little delusional sometimes. She raised her head and reconstructed an image of Payan in her mind. She could still recall the tyrant who had brutally crushed the pervert in Deathland and saved her life. It felt like she would give anything to see him again. She imagined Payan coming to her rescue for a moment, crushing those filthy, nipple-bearing perverts. But why? She bit her lip. Why do I keep picturing Simon's face instead of Payan's?